Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful September 28th day. If you notice, the seasons are changing. It is getting a little bit cooler out there in the evenings. The leaves are starting to change colors to the beautiful fall colors that we're so accustomed to at this point in time. And if you have any chance, the next couple of weeks, while it's still nice, please take the time to walk through our trails and through our creek and pathway system. It is a great way to kind of refresh and recharge and get a little bit of kind of me time for yourself. So, make sure we focus on mental health as a huge issue. So take that time to focus on yourself and go for a walk. Ladies and gentlemen, there's an agenda before you. Members of council, I'm going to ask that we change 4.1 with 4.2, as currently the TLC is doing a presentation with the city of Spruce Grove. I think they started at 5, so they might be finished shortly. So that's the only change that we have. Administration, anything to add? Okay, with that, Councillor Meyer, can I make you move the adoption, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council adopted the September 28th, 2020 regular council meeting with the amendment.
Thank you. Call the question, all in favor? Councillor Bennett, just for those that are watching and those that are sitting in the audience, Councillor Bennett is not feeling well, so she is participating via phone call. Councillor Bennett?
Just try it again, Councillor Bennett.
Councillor Bennett, are you in favor of adoption? Can you turn it so that it's actually the speakers face the mic?
Like this? Try again, Councillor Bennett.
Do I say it or do I type it?
You can say it. They can hear you now.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And that is carried. Okay, that adoption of agenda is completed, so we're moving on to public input session. This is the time that we allow members of our community to talk to council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Is there anybody in chambers that would like to speak to council? Okay, Town Manager, has anybody registered any notes or comments that need to be read into public input?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to presentations and delegations. Again, 4.1 is the Stony Plain FCSS 2019 annual report. And as we have to adhere to COVID protocols, there'll be a little more time for us to transition between one presenter and the next presenter. Good evening, ladies, and welcome to Council Chambers. I believe you've already signed in, so again, before you start, if you can speak your name directly into the mic, and then go ahead.
Jill Clare. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Jill Clare, the Stony Plain FCSS Board Chair, and with me today is our Executive Director, Lisa Gilchrist. I would like to take this opportunity to thank council for their unwavering support in FCSS's continuous community development work. This has been a challenging year, with the coronavirus pandemic upending lives, destroying livelihoods, and deepening mistrust in mankind. The need for family and community support grows greater in these times, and with council by our side in support of these programs and services, we will continue to shine and become a stronger, more resilient, and equitable community. I am so proud of the many collaborative efforts led by Lisa and the FCSS team. They have been working tirelessly through this COVID-19 pandemic to launch 7 new programs and support the creation of action response pods to address emerging community needs. Their continued efforts and limitless determination have helped guide our community into a dawning awareness that together we will endure these trying times. Off to you, Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jill. I'm Lisa Gilchrist. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, senior administration, ladies and gentlemen. As our board chair said, we are very pleased to be here tonight. Generally, the previous year annual report is presented during the springtime. However, I needed to shift our priorities for this year, so we're presenting a little bit late. I trust you will forgive us for that. Our vision is that Stony Plain and area residents are enriched through a strong, healthy, connected community. And one of the key foundations to help support our work in that is our Volunteers Centre. We provide information fairs to help volunteers connect with activities, workshops to help volunteers connect with one another and to develop their skill sets. Capacity building workshops take place to ensure that our organizations are the strongest and most effective they can be. And we do that in partnership with our partners at Parkland County and the City of Spruce Grove. We also believe very strongly in recognizing the contributions that volunteers give to the community. This is a photo of the holiday volunteer recognition event where volunteers created little Christmas decorations to take home and share with their families. Annually, we host the community-wide volunteer appreciation event. For 2020, it did take place, but in a revised format where thank you cards were shared with all of our volunteers. We know that volunteers are incredibly important to keeping our community connected. They provide those connection points for people and increase our overall capacity as a community to do more, to reach more people, and most importantly, to enhance a sense of community belonging. We provide individual supports for people through our information referral services. Those provide supports to people to answer questions about difficult situations they might be having. And we readily and easily refer to the 211 provincial phone number. 211 is a province-wide funded service that provides a high-quality level of trained information referral specialists to connect people quickly to the service that will meet their needs the most. In 2019, we continued our work with the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, which is done in partnership with the Canada Revenue Agency. During the 2019 year, which was the 2018 tax season, we handled 437 individual tax returns for people within the area. Filing tax returns is one of the surest way to ensure that our residents get all of the benefits that they might be entitled to, and so we're pleased to provide this service to the community. The Youth Centre, just across the street, of course, is the central gathering place for youth, for them to connect with each other, for them to have a say and to provide leadership into the activities and the events that they want to do. A component of this is youth volunteering, and we know that youth who volunteer are more likely to turn into adults who volunteer. The volunteering component gives youth a chance to give back to their community and to feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. We also offer a number of learning activities through the Youth Centre, including things like the Work Experience program, where youth build their teamwork skills and their communication skills. In 2019, among many very interesting events, two that stand out were the Home Depot team coming and providing new flooring for the program room. It was a chance for the youth to feel valued and for them to be recognized as being worthy of having time spent on something that's important to them. The Youth Centre was also the recipient of $10,000 through the Compete to Contribute initiative. And the Youth Centre received that award for the work and the volunteer hours that they put in towards Youth Day in August of 2019. We continue our work that was adopted during the 2017 to 2022 Connecting Communities Strategic Plan, and that's a focus on key initiatives related to reducing poverty, family violence, positive mental wellness, and inclusion and diversity. Education and awareness is one of the big areas that is required when you're working to reduce poverty. And so in 2019, we hosted an information session on basic income with Dr. Evelyn Forget. The intent of the presentation was to give the community an opportunity to learn about different approaches to poverty reduction. We were pleased to coordinate this event in partnership with the City of Edmonton and the City of Fort Saskatchewan. Every year during the cold weather, we have residents who have no place to go to stay warm. And so in 2019, because of good relationships we had built with our community partners, we were able to put together a series of 3 places that residents could go to stay warm if they were out and about during our cold winter weather. Under the Poverty Initiative are also opportunities to connect people together. We know that people who are more connected to their community, to their neighbors, and to those who have more social connections are less likely to be unemployed. They're more likely to be able to address challenging issues that come up in their lives. And so the community supper was a way to do this. In total, 734 people were brought together. And I'm really excited to share that there was one wedding from a couple who met at the suppers. Of course, the community suppers didn't happen in the last half of 2020. We'll have to see where we go with that initiative. In 2019, we launched the Creating Hope program, which is a partnership with the Coordinated Suicide Prevention Program. They provide partial funding towards our community development officer responsible for mental health, and we provide the other portion of the salary and benefits. Over the last several years, we've coordinated pedestrian parades with community partners in Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Wabamun. The picture that you see here is the Wabamun Pedestrian Parade that was held last year. Wabamun FCSS and was the lead on it for their community, and we provided support for them because of our experience in having done previous events. Mental wellness includes supporting those who have experienced loss or trauma. During the 2019 Survivors of Suicide Loss Day, an art therapist led participants through an exercise where they painted a tree to show their journey through grief. We continue our work in leading the Elder Abuse Initiative. The tri-region approach has been developed so no matter where elder abuse is identified, service providers have a place to turn for support. The tri-region approach focuses on being respectful and considerate of elders' wishes. Our goal is to recognize, respond, and refer to community supports. In 2019, 54 cases of elder abuse were supported by the Tri-Region Elder Abuse Group. November is always Family Violence Awareness Month, and in 2019 we worked once again with the Tri-Leisure Centre to have a display. The display featured silhouettes of residents and included statistics on family violence within the Tri-Region area. We also offered workshops throughout the year to better support communication skills and healthy relationships, such as conflict resolution and anger management. Inclusion and diversity is about building understanding so that we can be a more welcoming and inclusive community to all our residents. In 2019, we launched the Together We Shine project, where 196 community members participated in a community poll to help us understand how people felt about the level of Stony Plain's inclusivity. Overall, the community feels we could do better at being more inclusive, and they are willing to take further steps. The Together We Shine program will be used to further develop and refine our inclusion and diversity strategy leading into 2021. 2019 was also the year that we launched our cultural campfires in partnership with the Multicultural Heritage Centre. Over the course of 8 evenings, very strategically scheduled so as not to conflict with summer sessions, of course, 308 community residents came together to learn more about local cultures. The photo here is Silent River Kung Fu presenting the history of the lion dance during the Chinese presentation. 2020 was also the year that we launched our cultural campfires in partnership with the Multicultural Heritage Centre. Over the course of 8 evenings, very strategically scheduled so as not to conflict with summer sessions, of course, 308 community residents came together to learn more about local cultures. The photo here is Silent River Kung Fu presenting the history of the lion dance during the Chinese presentation. We were also very excited to be part of Neighbours Day for 2019. Neighbours Day was a project recommended by the Mayor's Task Force on Volunteerism and Civic Engagement. In September 2019, a kickoff event was held in Shikawi Park, and 16 neighborhood connectors hosted events in their own neighborhoods. Neighbours Day, combined with the Neighbours Meeting Neighbours community suppers and the Neighborhood Connector program, reflect our approach to neighborhood development and capacity building for neighborhoods. Our total expenses for 2019 were $1,156,789. That breaks out to 21% for poverty, 25% towards mental wellness, 21% for inclusion, 9% to family relationships or family violence, 16% towards the volunteer center, and 8% in administration. Our revenue sources have been fairly consistent over the last several years. We receive 33% of our funding from the province of Alberta, 26% from the town of Stony Plain, which includes the $204,659 over contribution, 16% from Parkland County, 7% through funding agreements, and 18% through community contributions or event contributions towards programming. And as I always do, I will ask you to continue working with us as we move through our different programming. I'd ask you to please continue sharing information on FCSS with our residents. Help us promote our programs and services through Facebook and Twitter. Please share with us when you hear emerging trends. I know as councillors you often sit on provincial and regional level committees. Those may provide some valuable insights of directions that we should be understanding and addressing. If you become aware of partnership opportunities, please let us know. We're always happy to explore new ways of doing business and working together as a community. And last, please come and celebrate with us. Come join us at our events, have fun. It's an excellent way to show that we are all one community and to really increase that sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate that, Lisa and Jill. That's very informative. And it's amazing that how much goes on through FCSS that a lot of people do not know about, and that was one of the issues that we were facing when I sat on the FCSS board, and even now with members of the FCSS that sit on there now, is that the lack of knowledge of what is offered by Stony Plain FCSS, and that was one of the key things that we need to continue to do, is to educate, share that message, and get people connected to the right help. I think we just finished our AUMA conference virtually here, and one of the resolutions that was passed was to have appropriate funding for FCSS. And the speaker mentioned that for every preventative dollar that we get through the province is between $7 and $11 that we don't have to use down the road in terms of enforcement, addictions, housing, all that stuff. So there is a huge case to be made in terms of being fiscally responsible, but using that money to focus on preventative measures that in our community instead of reactive measures. So thank you very much. Members of council, any questions or comments regarding the presentation of the 2019 presentation? Okay, Councillor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, just very briefly. Hello, Lisa. Good to see you again.
You too.
And welcome, Jill. FCSS is really one of the most important programs that it's offered in this town, and I just want to say keep up the good work, and you'll always do better, or not always do better, but you'll keep trying to improve. I'm stumbling on my own words here. But no, I appreciate it from my background, and I was involved with FCSS for quite a few years, so kudos, and to your staff. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your presentation this evening. Just a couple of questions. First and foremost, you did mention the community action groups, which I believe are highlighted in the newsletter, The Thread, that comes out, which it's a fantastic initiative. You have safety, security, health, wellness, and learning, basic needs, and inclusive and vibrant community, and it provides a wealth of information. What I'm not understanding, what I'm not sure of, and I'm hoping that you can help so that our residents can get connected into that, is where can somebody access that newsletter so that they receive it in their email?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council, we will include a link for people to sign up to that newsletter in our next program guide update.
Excellent, fantastic, and maybe a link on the website as well. I popped onto the website hoping to see it there, and I don't, but I think it's a wonderful communication out to the community, and the broader reach that we can get on that, the better. So kudos to you for putting that together. Also, I just wanted to recognize the fantastic work that FCSS did on the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19 social stream. Both Lisa and Sherida from the administrative side were on the actual task force, and the board, as far as I understand, was fully supportive of it. And the perspective and the work that FCSS brought to that board was absolutely incredible and was a key factor into some of the outcomes that we had from that. So big kudos and a big thank you to that. One item that I know was coming from that, and I haven't seen it hit my mailbox yet, was the 2-on-1 postcard. And I'm just wondering if you have an update on that and when we might see that going out to all our residents.
Mayor Choi, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council. The postcards were actually mailed out on July 14th. I'm surprised you didn't receive one. We'll look into that. We are scheduling a second mail out to go out about November.
Excellent, thank you. And I know Canada Post has had their challenges with the COVID pandemic, but I certainly hope that FCSS is getting some kind of a delivery receipt on the projects. Unfortunately, no, that did not hit my mailbox. I'm not sure for the rest of council if they'd care to chime as to whether it hit theirs or not. But I know that that was a great initiative, so hopefully it did hit most of the mailboxes in our community. 2-on-1 is a great tool that, again, many people think of FCSS as somewhere that you just need when you're in trouble, but that's not the case. FCSS provides such a broad range of services for our entire community. I really hope that we can continue to increase the knowledge in our community about FCSS and their services. And again, kudos to the fantastic work you're doing on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, can you go ahead?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, and all of council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. Welcome, Lisa and Jill. Nice to see you. I'm watching on YouTube, so I see the back of you right now. So when reading the report and looking at all the stats that you provided for us, I was wondering, when do you reconsider a program? So would that be when it reaches the 50 to 75% of people say that they have benefited from that program? Or do you have a different criteria when reporting positive changes?
Go ahead.
Mayor Choi, thank you. Through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council. We review programs on an annual cycle. It is not necessarily tied to how they're doing with respect to their outcomes. If they're achieving a lower outcome percentage, we might review the program and change the format or the type of service that's provided. We wouldn't necessarily cancel the program. In general, we try to do programs on a bit of a cycle, recognizing, for example, that a communication skills workshop may not be needed both spring and fall. And so often what we will do is we will decide to host that workshop in spring and then do it in spring on an annual basis. Some of the reasons we may decide not to redo a program or repeat a program are just changing community needs. The need to balance the workload of staff, and so sometimes simply a program is too labor-intensive to put on. We're also keeping a very close eye on research-based programs, and so if there's a program that demonstrates better results because it's been evaluated through a third party, we will make efforts to bring a program such as that into the community.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, do you have another question, Deputy Mayor?
Just go to another council member for a moment.
Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Bennett. I noticed you mentioned the Stay Warm program that you guys partner with Westview Health Center, the library, and St. Matthew's Lutheran Church. Do you have the numbers of how many residents or people use those services?
Your Worship, no, I'm sorry, we don't. They didn't actually track numbers. Westview Health Center was able to be open 24 hours because of the way that they're set up. And the Stony Plain Library doesn't track numbers because people would come in and they wouldn't be asked questions as to why they're there. So they could be there just as a regular library user, or they could have been there because they wanted to stay warm.
Okay. And just if I can follow that train of thought, is there a way without, breaking people's privacy and confidence, but to get those numbers, as we continue to grow as a community, that is something that we need to look at as a council. Do we need, areas that we can open up for residents or people traveling that do not have a place to stay? If we don't have the numbers, I find it very hard for council and even this council and councils coming down later on to justify any funding and support of programs such as that have zero numbers attached to it.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand your point of view. What I will do is I will ask the Community Development Officer to have a discussion with the community partners to see if there's a way that we can do that that's very respectful of people.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Mayor, are you ready for your second question?
Councillor Bennett,
Yep, I'm ready.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Lisa, I noticed that the slides all said mental health, but in the presentation, you referred to it as mental wellness. Is there a difference, and why the different terms?
Mayor Choi, through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council. Thank you, Councillor Bennett, for noting that. When we developed the strategic plan back in 2017, we used particular language, and we used mental health. We also used family violence. As our knowledge has grown in those two areas, the more encompassing term to reference mental health is actually mental wellness, and that includes the full range of mental health supports, things from promoting positive self-care to ensuring that people visit a physician if they're experiencing symptoms of an actual mental illness. So we shifted to calling it mental wellness. If we were republishing our strategic plan, that would be one thing that I would be recommending to the FCSS board that we change. We've also shifted our language slightly on family violence. What we're most interested in doing is building healthy family relationships. And it's not necessarily needing to be at the point of violence that we stop things. Because we are a prevention focus, it's in establishing and strengthening relationships before they can get to the state of violence. And so you will note those shifts in language, and I am not using them all consistently at this point in time, but I'm working on it. If we were having team meetings in person, there would be community development officers kicking me under the table to remind me.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, do you have another question?
Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay. So my final is a comment that I wanted to make. And that's that with FCSS, partnerships are key to the success of this whole. And so I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate those that partnership that you have. It's everywhere, and it's such a foundation to FCSS. So just wanted to say well done on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Move on to Councillor Plechko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Lisa and Jill, for coming this evening. FCS has been very close to my heart. It was one of the first boards that I got appointed to when I was volunteering within the community many years ago, so I'm glad to see it always coming together. The other one that I got to be part of was Compete to Contribute, a very good program that business people in this community and Spruce Grove and Parkland area put on. And they encourage youth to do activities within the community that support the communities. The one thing that I found with the youth center here in town, that was one of the biggest reasons I wanted to be on FCSS. I think it's a very well-needed program within the community. One of the things that I found very unique about that was how they worked with the seniors to begin with. And then the second year, they worked with the seniors to move a school program forward, which was also very good. The seniors worked well with the individuals at that time. A bit of the downside was Compete to Contribute was a bit behind in appointing mentors, and I want to comment that your staff come together very quickly once they realized they were still part of that program and put together a lot of stuff and information that allowed me to make the presentation to that board. And that's a very unique board because it's the individual business people sitting there, and you are convincing them that what the community is doing by youth specifically, that they're giving back fully. And I'm just wondering, I guess what I'm wondering about is with COVID-19, how has any of them programs been able to continue? Are the youth still be able to mingle between the seniors and some of the school stuff?
Mayor Choi, through you to Councillor Plechko and the rest of Council. Things have absolutely shifted at the Youth Centre during COVID-19. Early on, when we weren't gathering at all, the Youth Centre team, and thank you for reflecting this, they came together very quickly and created a virtual Youth Centre. It was unique in the region, but it provided regular activities for youth to engage and touch in with each other. Things as simple as playing a game of cards online together, little cooking lessons like making banana loaf, sort of a continuation of our Healthy Together program. In late August, when the students and youth went back to school, the Youth Centre has now opened 2 days a week in the afternoons. They are doing limited intakes, about 6 youth at a time, just based on the space at the Youth Centre. And they're doing it on a mostly registered programming to make sure that proper contact tracing can be followed and to limit the number of youth. They do their best to leave 1 or 2 spots because there's always a youth who may not have the capacity to get online to register themselves, and so they do want to leave some flexibility. Moving forward into the fall, the Youth Centre is exploring options to use spaces at the community centre and other facilities in town in order to have a slightly larger group of youth together, but still physically distanced. We've had some initial conversations with seniors groups in the community. At this point, we're not looking at gathering in large part because we want to limit the amount of contact. But like you reflected, Councillor Plechko, the connection is very important. Youth got a lot out of it, and seniors got a lot out of it. So it is something that we would be wanting to bring back as soon as it is safe to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Mannis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Jill. Welcome, Lisa. My question, I got a couple of questions, so let's follow up with what Councillor Plechko had spoken about. I was at Culture Days event on the weekend, and when I got there, I realized that the event that I was planning to attend had been cancelled, and then at other events, there was significantly reduced numbers. And which brought me to the question as to how do we, number one, let people know that events are on and that there is a protected environment, that things are in place, whether that's masks or space, physical distancing, et cetera. But also, just going and further discussing, like, for example, seniors, and maybe looking at how do we do a video presentation where they can sit in, in a normal group that they would be in, but still be able to see the programming, et cetera. So if you could talk a little bit more about, maybe some other ways that we can address the group that we want, so whether that's a senior or whether that's a youth member, and then sure that we have the facility, sure that we have, maybe online programming that is effective. I've heard some of that, but is there some other ways that we could look at as a community helping you?
Sure. Thank you. Your Worship, through you to Councillor Matties and the rest of Council. So a little bit of the summer programming and most of the fall and winter 2021 programming will be held in dual formats. So where possible, an in-person component with the addition of a Zoom component. And we want to do that because we want to make sure that anyone who is interested in those programs can attend, even if they're not able or comfortable to do so in person. It's one of our inclusion strategies. For the programs that we are hosting registration for, so those that we have the lead on, the directions about wearing masks, what the safe environment will be, go out in the registration documents. I'm not familiar, I didn't get a solid update on all of the activities for Cultural Days, so I can't speak specifically what may have happened over the weekend. A number of our workshops, for example, the Financial Empowerment Series, where there are workshops related to seniors, things around retiring and financial benefits and things like that, those are being hosted by Zoom. We have been challenged with our marketing material, and I know that you are all aware that awareness of FCSS is not only in our strategic plan, but it is one of the ongoing challenges that we face. And so with COVID-19, we've reduced, we've basically eliminated our distribution services because most places are not accepting brochures for display. And so we're relying on social media, we're relying on email, news blasts. We've done a little bit of newspaper advertising, but it's quite expensive for our budget. We were hoping that the postcards would get better traction in the community, but those were kind of our avenues for promoting programs and services.
Great. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. My next question is with regards to the budget, and two questions on budget. One is, if you were looking at the overall budget, the percentage of the budget that goes to youth versus seniors versus the rest of the population, how much would be allocated to each of those groups?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Matties and the rest of Council, I would actually have to do a different budget pull. When we shifted to this new strategic plan, one of the key goals is that we would be explaining our budget based on the key initiatives. And so that's the sorting mechanism we have. The youth center number would be fairly easy to pull. The seniors number, less easy to pull because many of our seniors programs are also adult programs. So a senior may attend a communications workshop that a 25-year-old mom could attend as well. We do have some special events that are tied to seniors, such as the Seniors Week, Picnic in the Past, the Adventures in Aging Conference and things like that. But it would be a less distinct picture than what I could provide you for the Youth Center.
Yeah, I would appreciate having some of those numbers, specifically, with regards to our youth and prevention and making sure that our dollars are going in places where our future is being impacted and promising. My next question is with regards to the budget and Parkland County. And I'm sorry to bring this up again, but every time I look at it, I have questions. So last year, Parkland County provided 23% more in terms of a budget than this year. and it came down to both the provincial allocation and and Parkland County's specific allocation, reduced by 23%. So I was wondering if you could possibly explain that to me in the time of really great need.
Okay. Councillor Manning, if I can ask you to reserve that question until the next presentation for the Stony Plain SSS 2021 budget.
Oh, sure.
We're still doing the 2019 annual report.
Okay, great. Okay, fine, thanks.
Any other questions regarding the 2019 annual report? I know it's a little bit further away from 2019 because we're almost finished 2020, but that's, as mentioned earlier, with what we've dealt with COVID-19, this is the time that we're getting everybody back together. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is in regard to the strategic plan 2017 to 2022. That is, I'm not sure if it's exactly in this agenda item, but that's my question. Can I ask it now? Sure. Thank you, Jill and Lisa, for coming. I appreciate you guys' coming to present. On page 12 of the 2017 to 2022 strategic plan, it's page 132 in our agenda package. It ends with, "We will know we are successful when," and it lists a number of goals. Since they are, I imagine, goals that we set for ourselves, I'm just curious if you can speak to those goals and just give me a general understanding as to where we are at in achieving them.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and the rest of Council. So those priorities, which talk about percentage of community households, number of volunteer hours, number of individuals reporting satisfaction, and number of people that will serve on an annual basis, those are intended to be cumulative towards the end of the strategic plan. And so as we approach 2022, we would be looking at those survey tools to demonstrate those outcomes. In 2018 and 2019, we came very close to achieving the annual basis numbers. 2020 will be a very different story, obviously, because we've had to reduce numbers and program delivery so much. We consistently achieve over 80% on increased connection to others and well-being and increased awareness of social issues. The volunteer hours, right now, we closely track FCSS volunteer hours, and we launched the Better Impact software in late 2018, early 2019. And that software will help us to track what community partners are doing and the number of volunteer hours that are being generated through their operations. And so using that tool, we'll be able to demonstrate that number. The 20% of households requires a survey. And so that will be done closer to 2022 when we're looking at updating and revising the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation on the 2019 annual report. As mentioned by members of council and probably members of the public and everyone that uses your programs and services, FCSS is well respected and well loved in their communities. I've mentioned this many times. I'm more happy to fund preventive medicine than reactive medicine in the back end. So thank you very much for that presentation. Members of council, I think I had switched 4.1 with 4.2, but I'm going to ask that we just, your leniency as we jump 4.2 and go to 4.3, which is the 2021 Stony Plain SSS budget report, so that we don't have to clean the mics again and then have to come back through. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I also appreciate not having to, put my little stack of papers back together in some type of order. So we talked about a number of these, but maybe just quickly I'll go over them again. Mainly I want to include them in the 2021 presentation because these impacts will carry forward. So the programs that we launched to support community, essentially that shifted work that was planned to be nicely balanced and spaced out over 2020 And early 2021, it moved a lot of program delivery launches into the Q2 and Q3 period. We'll continue to adapt programming and make sure that we can quickly switch from in-person delivery to virtual delivery as needed. We've spoken about the increased marketing. Our intent is that a second postcard mail-out will go out in November, and we will speak to Canada Post about what some of the delivery concerns that we've heard about are. One of the elements that came out of the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19 social stream, and that we've noted in our day-to-day work, are increased needs and inquiries regarding mental wellness, and also an increased need in making sure that we maintain inclusion. Particularly, we've seen seniors become isolated. We've also seen youth become isolated who can't connect with their friends. And just the entire shift from being a very open society to being isolated at home has changed people's mindsets. And so we want to use programming and education and awareness activities to address that. Oops. '21 is going to require that we be somewhat springy. We're going to need to be flexible and agile. We don't know what public health orders might change to. We don't know exactly what community needs might emerge. So in our planning, we've been making provisions to use workload management tools to ensure business continuity. We're also committed to reviewing our program offerings and supports as those community needs change. Our Budget 2021 guiding principles include an ensured continued focus on our key initiatives, making sure that there is dedicated supports for seniors and youth. Those are two groups that are most likely to be vulnerable and experience the impacts of economic or social change. We'll continue to use volunteerism as a foundation of community supports. We'll continue to do service reviews and program reviews. And we will use fiscal restraint in managing our budget and delivering efficient and effective services. Our budget request for 2021 is a 0% increase, which means that the budget would be held at 2019 levels. So we're requesting $300,498 from the town of Stony Plain. That's broken into a $95,839 minimum mandatory contribution, which would be required under the Province of Alberta Municipal Funding Agreement, and a $204,659 over-contribution from the municipality. The total budget is proposed at $938,394. Our projected revenue sources for 2021, 41% from the province of Alberta. And in 2020, January 1st, 2020, the province of Alberta signed a 3-year agreement with the town of Stony Plain for delivery of FCSS services. So that 3-year agreement runs until December 31st, 2022. You'll see the town of Stony Plain's contribution at 32%. The Parkland County contribution at $145,732. Various funding agreements, the Creating Hope program to deliver mental wellness services, and the Dementia Innovation Project at $92,000, 10%. And then community contributions, which we're projecting at $16,000. Most of those would be program registration fees. We propose to allocate the budget 21% towards the Poverty Initiative, 27% towards mental health, 17% towards inclusion, 9% towards family violence, 19% to the volunteer services, and 7% towards administration. So what are we going to do? So when we focus on the key initiatives, that includes a concentrated focus on the youth center and the volunteer center. For the youth center, it includes an evaluation of how the virtual youth center has worked and how we would project it continuing to work. Continued service delivery related to education and awareness activities, skill and personal development session, and events where they're possible and feasible depending on size, limitations, and budgets for those events. Overall, the community should see a similar level of programs and workshops as they have seen in past years. A focus will be on updating our strategies. So the poverty reduction strategy is due for an update. The impact report was published in January 2020, and the action item out of that impact report is to revise and update the poverty reduction strategy. So that will be taking place late 2020 and into 2021. Likewise, the mental wellness initiative, we had the coordinator start in March of 2019 with a goal that she would be doing community consultation work through 2019 and early 2020 and be developing a strategy during 2020. So that is now shifted to Q4 2020 and into 2021. The Together We Shine project, again, that was the community initiative to understand inclusion within the community. The action out of that is to build a municipal-wide strategy for inclusion under the Together We Shine banner. In terms of integration with the municipality, at the September board meeting, the FCSS board passed a motion to recommend that the FCSS bylaw be amended to shift the board from a strategic board to an advisory board. It is expected that a further report will come before council in the Q4 of 2020. If the recommendation is accepted, we'll work at integrating our planning into the corporate plan process beginning in 2021. Another big area of focus is our evaluation process. So all FCSS offices follow the provincial outcomes reporting model, which is based on a logic model approach that says if you provide supports to a certain skill development, it will lead to increased knowledge, it will increase to people's skill levels to address their personal changes, and therefore, ultimately, it will address the major issue that you're trying to focus on. We've also been using the collective impact approach for our work in the poverty strategy, and through that, we'll be able to expand that work to the other key initiatives. The nice thing about the collective impact approach is that it's very beneficial for large-scale community projects and community issues that can't be addressed by a single organization working on it. They're for complex issues, things like poverty, things like inclusion, where it really requires a community approach to address change. Stony Plain is a member of the city's Reducing Poverty initiative, and that impact report was created with support from them, and so we'll be able to leverage that partnership to further expand our evaluations. There is also a federal census scheduled for 2021. So hopefully by late 2021, there will be some census data that we'll be able to use to demonstrate some movement on our metrics, although they may be very challenging numbers to read, and we'll lean to the guidance from Stats Canada in interpreting those. We also use the Alberta government's dashboard that shows changes in employment status, housing ownership versus rent, and things like that to give us a clearer picture of what's happening in our community. Developing and enhancing partnerships is key. We know we can't do things alone, and so those partnerships are very important. We will be conducting a partner survey in Q4 2020, which was actually in the Q4 plan, and so I'm pleased that we didn't have to bump that at all. But that should give us additional perspectives into what our partners need and how we can best support them, align our services, provide capacity building where needed, or just provide general support to our endeavors together. We're committed to using research-based approaches. That includes workshops. It includes making sure that we're using best practices. But we're also committed to supporting research within the community. And so we have a research partnership with the University of Alberta to research the ability of strong peer networks to reduce the likelihood of youth suicide. This community-based research portion will begin in the summer of 2021. And public participation is important to robust, effective community development and social development work. Our strategy development to date has included small groups of public members. As we refine the strategies, we'll be involving more public members to help us understand the challenges they face. We're looking forward to continuing to engage the community in the work we do and to seek shared solutions. I really want to thank the board for their time and their input and their dedication to community development. The FCSS team is excited and ready to embrace all of the adventures that 2021 will bring. I'm very privileged and proud to work with them. So, Your Worship, thank you to you and Council for your continued support of the FCSS program.
Thank you for the budget presentation for 2021. I'm happy that there is a 0% increase requested. As we know, has been difficult financially the last couple of years for the town of Stony Plain, and going forward does not look like it's getting any better. So I'm glad that FCSS is cognizant of that. But I still want to make sure that the services that are required in our community are funded so that we don't have to spend 7 to 11 times more down the road to fix those problems that we could have prevented. I believe Councillor Mattis is the current representative on FCSS, and she does a good job of bringing back those ideas and comments from the board back to the council table, so we definitely appreciate that. Councillor Mattis, I'll go back to you for a question regarding the budget that you asked earlier.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question was with regards to the contribution from Parkland County. So comparing just 2019, the numbers that you've provided versus what you're projecting for 2021, it's a $35,000 decrease, and that's the provincial portion. And then the community portion, Parkland County community, has dropped from $37,796 to $29,146. So that's a drop of $8,650. The total drop's $43,000. It's 23% on both sides. And I don't understand in a time where family violence, mental health, all these issues require greater supports, and we're seeing a reduction. Can you help me out?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Mattis and the rest of Council. In 2019 and 2020, Parkland County did not enter into a funding agreement with Leduc County. And from that agreement, there was $43,249 that weren't allocated to another municipality. Sorry, there was about $86,000. Parkland County in 2019 and 2020 decided that they wanted to allocate the Leduc County portion evenly between Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. And so that's where you see the additional $43,000 allocated in 19 and 20. For 2021, Parkland County has not decided what they might do with that Leduc County allocation. They are exploring possible FCSS type of programming needs in the western end of the county towards Entwistle. And they're also exploring what unique needs might be in the county with respect to COVID-related changes. And so they are working through that this fall. I do anticipate that they will let us know in time to make budget adjustments if needed. My counterpart there is aware of our budget planning cycle, and she will keep me posted on that. In the meantime, the total Parkland County allocation comes to $145,732, which is consistent with the Parkland County funding agreements over the last many years. I'd like to say 6 or 7 years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Matthews.
Just a quick follow-up with that. So the comparison for Stony Plain of including the provincial component and the component in the over-contribution by Stony Plain is $683,000 or $684,000. You compare that with Parkland County with the provincial portion there, and the Parkland County contribution is $145,000. If I compare just what Parkland County is contributing of about $30,000 compared with Stony Plain at $300,000, we are contributing 10 times more than Parkland County is. And I'd sure like you to bring that back to them and say, you know, I believe we are serving more than 1/10 of the population, you know, in terms of the overall comparison. So they need to know what the numbers are here and then ensure that they're funding equitably.
Thank you, Councilor Matters. Moving on to Deputy Mayor, Councilor Bennett.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, are you there?
Okay, I guess not. Moving on to Councilor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I know on previous reports you had kind of shared the amount of Parkland County residents that were using the FCSS services, not necessarily just the actual budget amount. Do you still track those numbers, and what percentage approximately of the actual usage is Parkland County residents? And then also from a perspective standpoint, I think you'd mentioned Division 1 was in here a little bit. Do we have a approximate number of Parkland County residents that Stony Plain FCSS serves?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council. Yes, we do track most of the residents that come to access services. So approximately 20 to 25% of people that we serve are county residents, where we track that information. We don't always track the information when a resident phones for a simple inquiry or walks in the door for a simple question. And we don't do it because we believe it's not a respectful way to greet people by immediately asking them, where do you live? So we balance that, and we recognize that that may impact our numbers and being able to demonstrate the true depth of Parkland County residents that we service and support. We also do not have clearly defined boundaries for where residents may live that access services. So the general funding agreement says that Stony Plain will provide services, FCSS services, to Parkland County residents. It doesn't say that they must live, you know, within 15 kilometers from Stony Plain. It doesn't suggest that they must be in a certain division or not. So if somebody comes in requiring services and they're from Parkland County, we provide services to them even if they live in, for example, Graminia. The funding agreement dollar amount does include some population data in it, and when Parkland County initiated the agreement with the town of Stony Plain, they used census data that was current at the time to demonstrate how they were going to allocate the budget. And I actually think that was perhaps like 2005 census data, somewhere around there. So it's not very current, but they've kept the agreement status quo since then, and they've just kept renewing them, essentially.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor, Councilor Bennett, are you online?
Councillor Bennett, you go ahead now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So on the FCSS budget, I noted on page 113 out of 453, that would be page 5 of the FCSS budget, that the outreach talked about using the apps. The apps like Help Seekers. And so I'm wondering how much do those apps cost, and does it cost anything to run those? That's one question.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Bennett and the rest of Council, yes, the outreach portion is $6,000. The Seniors Connect contract is about $3,500, and the Help Seeker app for an annual membership is the balance, so $2,500 if my math is working tonight, although it's getting late for me. The Help Seeker app is important. There is a free version available, but the version that we're using in partnership with Spruce Grove and Parkland County allows us to get more accurate real-time data about the services people are looking for. And so, for example, we could run on a regular basis the number of times people are searching for women's shelters. And that could give us an indication that there's been an increase in family violence or domestic violence activity. And we could then do some exploration with our colleagues at the RCMP to explore it more, or with victim services and things like that. So we have opted for the version that there is a cost for.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, next question.
Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second question I have refers to your charts, and I think family violence was rated as 9% on your chart, and I'm wondering about that because in these times, and with stats that we received last week from RCMP stating that those incidences are increasing. So in your budget, are there other supports that will address or supplement to that portion of where the total amount of money will go when it comes to family violence?
Your Worship, through you to Deputy Mayor Bennett and the rest of Council. So the family violence budget is significantly lower than the other budgets, in part because some of those activities are, they meet multiple strategic objectives. So for example, a communications workshop also falls under mental health, because if you've got better communication skills, you're better able to express your needs, your desires, and reduce your likelihood of mental health impacts. Likewise, that same communication workshop can also help couples communicate better, and so reduce the likelihood of a domestic violence incident. With respect to family violence, our activities focus on the education and awareness, the elder abuse component, and some community awareness events. We have within the community the Safe Horizon organization, which has just renamed itself in the last 6 months or so from the Parkland and Area Family Violence Response Committee. They would be our key delivery partner. And as they've gone through a number of different changes, they are working on their strategic plan and their own strategic priorities. Once they are able to finalize those, we will have a clearer picture of where we fit within the family violence portfolio for the community. And I anticipate that we would be looking to make adjustments in the budget at that point in time, or provide additional support to Safe Horizon as they do their work.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, any other questions regarding the budget presentation? Okay. Seeing none, I guess I have to ask the hard question, I guess. So, as I mentioned, Council participated at our AUMA conference, and there was an address from definitely the Premier, and there was mention of a fiscal reckoning. I understand that the province funds about $383,000 towards the FCS budget. So what would FCS do if there was a 30% reduction for next year?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have, as a board, done some scenario planning around what budget reductions would look like. Without actually knowing that that reduction is coming, I would hesitate to speculate. A reduction of such magnitude would translate into staff reductions, significant reductions in services. And so what we would need to do is really come back to the community and be very clear and firm about what the priorities are, and then adjust our services on that. The board has had some discussions about possible options, but has also given me direction not to go down the speculative road too far. Just around the scenario planning that you could do, and the focus that would take off of the key work that's required today.
Okay. Thank you. And earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that you had an update with the board regarding incorporating Stony Plain FCSS into the corporate culture of the town of Stony Plain, to integrate it into all their pillars. How do you see that as an efficiency to FCSS and the services that are provided to our residents?
So with respect to Your Worship, I prefer to defer that conversation until the report comes back to council later in this quarter, and unless the town manager wants to add anything.
Your Worship, I would concur with our FCSS director. I think there's a broader conversation there that could be had with further information in front of everybody and so on.
Okay, no more hands up, so thank you very much for the presentation. I definitely appreciate it. And it's good to see that the programs are outlined and outlaid very, very easily for any layperson to read and understand where the budget dollars are going to. So thank you very much for that presentation. And please take back to the board, thank you for the work that they do. We're incredibly pleased and proud of the work that the SS does to help maintain the social fabric of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we're moving on to 4.2, which is the Trans-Alto Tri-Leisure Center. To meet all the criteria of the COVID-19 protocols, we'll take a 5-minute, 10-minute recess so that staff can sanitize the stations there before we continue with the next presentation. Thank you. Welcome back to Council Chambers, and now we're joined by our next two guests, members of the Untitled Chapter Leisure Center. We have the general manager, and we also have the vice chair. So board chair. Oh, there you go. Board. So welcome, and thank you much for taking the time to present to us both the operational year of last year, the impacts of COVID-19, and the budget presentation for 2021. Again, please introduce yourselves in the mics, and then go ahead.
Good evening, Your Worship. My name is Lenny Richer, General Manager of the Untitled Chapter Leisure Center.
Mr. Mayor and Councillors, I'm Lonnie Stewartson. I'm a community member from here in Stony Plain, and in my last year on the board, and my last year of the Reign of Terror as chair this year.
So good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. Thank you for allowing time on your agenda this evening to allow us to provide a TLC update relative to our COVID-19 response year to date, as well as to present the 2021 budget. Also included in your package is the 2019 annual report, which in the interest of time I'll not be reviewing. However, of course, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about that document. I'd like to begin this evening with an overview of how the TLC has responded during COVID-19 to this point in time. Of course, COVID-19 and subsequent actions ramped up significantly in mid-March. March 13th and 14th, the board held emergency meetings to discuss COVID-19, the impacts, and propose next steps to take as we awaited further direction from the province. It was a very difficult decision, of course, but at the end of the day, the board and administration determined the most appropriate course of action was to close the facility for an undetermined amount of time, which happened at the end of day on March 14th. Subsequent to that, the province, of course, then declared a local state of emergency and closed all recreation facilities to the public on March 17th. As we were unsure of exactly how long the facility would be closed, administration began discussions with the union immediately on what steps to take with regards to our staff. On March 20th, we issued a temporary layoff notice to 155 part-time staff who were no longer providing programs and services. It's a very difficult decision, and while we weren't required to do so, we felt it was prudent to provide 2 weeks working notice to the staff based on their current schedule. We also expedited the ROE and final pays to allow quicker access to the EI and CERB programs. This is very much appreciated by all of our staff. We heard from a number of them as they came back to the facility that they were very appreciative of those actions. Additionally, we created a secure staff webpage for access to information, as we know that it was ongoing and a daily update at times, and so to allow access on their timelines and when it was convenient for staff, we secured a new webpage for staff. We also continued access to the Employee Assistance Program, which we felt was a very prudent measure, as this was a very stressful time for all of our staff. So access to those programs and services at no cost to the staff. As we continued to the closure and realizing that it was going to be much longer than maybe it was initially anticipated or hoped, we had to proceed on with additional layoffs. All remaining unionized staff, other than one maintenance worker, were issued temporary layoff notices, and the majority of our leadership team were reduced to half-time. We took the same approach as we did with our part-time staff in terms of giving 2 weeks working notice to allow families to adjust to these new realities. Additionally, we applied for a work share funding through the federal government for applicable staff, mostly our leadership team members, which provided them a top-up of their 50% reduced wage, which again was appreciated. The next 6 weeks or so were spent focusing on the facility and identifying tasks and projects that could be addressed during the closure to ensure that we were prepared to reopen as quickly as possible, as well as to reduce any further closures later in the year that we normally would have, for example, in the pool in September for 3 weeks. Additionally, we prepared for various potential scenarios as related to winter and spring programs, trying to adjust to what that might have been should we have been able to open. We also explored all of funding opportunities and applied for those that we were eligible for. And of course, the second half of the presentation, we started the 2021 budget process, not knowing what the future held and knowing that it would be extraordinarily difficult to prepare that budget this year. April 30th, of course, the Government of Alberta announced their relaunch strategy, and recreation facilities were identified in Stage 3 with a date to be determined. However, we were able to realize what some of the potential measures were going to be required upon reopening when we looked at the guiding documents that were issued for Stage 1 facilities and businesses that were reopening. We continued on with some of the remaining capital projects we had slated for 2020, and were able to realize a cost savings due to scope change and favorable pricing in some of those areas. So the arena skate tile project replacement was completed. We repainted the track instead of resurfacing it, that type of thing. We also began to work with the union to develop the staff recall process, because of course this was uncharted territory for any of us, with 180 staff being laid off. So we worked with the union to create a letter of understanding to allow more flexibility for scheduling upon their return, because our current collective agreement requires 28 days scheduling notice in advance, and that just simply wouldn't have been possible with trying to reopen the facility and adjust to the unknown needs. And so we worked with the union to shorten that to a 7-day span, which was ratified by the union members. We also began to develop 2020 budget projections and trying to run different scenarios of how to reduce the potential deficit budget to as close to zero as we could by the end of the year. And we continued on with 21 budget and corporate plan from there. June 9th was somewhat unexpected when the government of Alberta announced that recreation facilities were going to be moved from stage 2 to stage 3, and that we could open as soon as 3 days later. So of course that was very well-received news and exciting news. However, it was unexpected, and so we needed to ramp up our efforts to prepare for facility reopening. So we spent from June 9th to July 5th preparing the facility for reopening. And so the documents that you see listed there, I won't go into great detail, but there were a number of documents that we had to either create or update in order to prepare for reopening. Rapid response plan, which is a 20-page document, our facility operating plans. We also prepared a return to work presentation and training for our staff as they came back, as well as the other items that are listed there. So quite a few documents that needed a lot of hours behind the screen to prepare. And of course, preparing the facility to reopen. And so for those that have been in the facility, you'll recognize a number of these signs and notices. So the education piece was twofold. Number one, making patrons aware of what measures we were taking to keep them safe as they came back into the facility, as well as our staff, but also what we expected of them coming back in the doors to keep everybody safe. And so it was that kind of two-way communication of what to expect. Signage played a large part in the means of informing our patrons about the changes and the safety measures that were in place. Next step around facility preparation was the layout and design. And so as you see in a lot of businesses and other large facilities, there's one-way traffic as much as possible, encouraging and reminding of the physical distancing that's required. The picture kind of in the middle, on the upper middle, is our second level mezzanine, which typically would have tables and chairs outlined for people to enjoy food from the restaurant and watching hockey and other activities. That's now become an extension of our fitness center. And so again, trying to maintain service levels when it comes to those areas. So those are some of the changes that are there through the facility. In the operations side, we've had, of course, changes to our capacities and all of our amenities, so whether it's the fields, the pool, the arena, as well as dressing rooms and change rooms. So we've had to make those changes and make people aware of what that means and how that looks, as well as in our staff areas and in office areas and that sort of thing. We worked with our custodial, so we have contract custodial for the facility to really reprioritize and focus on high-touch areas and adjust their cleaning schedule to meet the new demands and new realities of COVID. At the time that I submitted this presentation, the indoor play center, hot tub, and steam room were closed until stage 3, and of course, in another turn of events, the province allowed us to reopen those. The hot tub is reopened. Lonnie enjoyed it the other day, he said, so that's good. But the steam room is remaining closed. We just don't feel we can meet the requirements of physical distancing and the cleaning requirements to safely open that amenity at this time. And we just found out last week that the indoor play center could be reopened, and so we're starting to work on plans for that. All of our programming and scheduling saw some adjustments as well, whether it was class size adjustments, reducing the number of class participants, moving fitness classes outdoors through the summer months as much as possible. The one area that we do have to pre-register for is in the pool. So for lane swim, aquafit, public swim, you have to pre-book. All of the other areas we try to allow, especially in the fitness areas, for continuous spontaneous use as much as possible. So just looking at the 3 stages that we did to reopen, and I won't go into great detail because I know that there's a lot on your agenda this evening. So stage 1, we saw the opening of our fitness center, track, and our south field, which included our day camps. Stage 2 was our arenas and our north field, and so we saw more people starting to come back through the doors on a regular basis. And finally, stage 3, so our pool was the last piece that was open because that was, of course, the most complicated piece to try to make work, as well as the change rooms. And for the last number of weeks, we've been continuing to modify as we needed to, as we know that the government of Alberta changes their guiding documents. We've tried to adjust, just like the town of Stony Plain has had to do for their facilities. We are starting to provide pre-booked opportunities for pickleball, badminton, volleyball, so our court sports. We did make the decision, and I know Council for Town of Stony Plain had a lot of discussion around masking policy and bylaw. So we did take the opportunity and were proactive following the City of Spruce Grove's process and with their bylaw and the way that they rolled it out in their public facilities. And so as of August 31st, we did make the determination to require face coverings in the facility when you're not in activity. So when you're not working out, when you're not in the pool area, that type of thing. And overall, it's been fairly well received. Public are fairly understanding and for the most part are compliant there. We also saw the reactivation of memberships as of September 13th. So over the summer months, we did pause all memberships, except for when members came in and chose to activate them. We also had a summer sale or a summer pass that was available at a reduced rate to try to encourage members to come back early. And so one other comment, sorry, on that was return rate of staff. We're very pleased to say at this point we have recalled all staff. Of course, they are working less hours than normally would be because we've reduced our facility hours and there's just less need for certain areas of staff. But we are pleased that 91% of our staff have come back. The additional 9% mostly made up of staff going to school or finding full-time work elsewhere, but we're very pleased to see 91% of our staff have come back. With that, that concludes my presentation regarding COVID. I'd be happy to answer questions that Council may have at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and that was quick and in-depth of what's happened, and thank you for the update of the COVID measures that was taken by the TLC. Members of Council, any questions regarding the presentation or anything that's on the background or that is presented as part of our agenda package? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a question, yes. Oh, a couple of questions with regards to such a large facility like that. What is the increase in cost in your cleaning of the facility compared to what it was before? And in terms of the risk, do you have any COVID experience that you know of from your facility?
I'll have to get you to repeat your second question. I will tackle your first one first and
If there
foremost.
was any COVID experience from your facility that you know of.
Okay. Your Worship, through you to Councillor Matties and the rest of the Council. So with regards to the cleaning costs, we've restructured our contract with our custodial services to work within the existing contract to meet the needs as much as possible. There's been, of course, an increase in the supplies cost for increased cleaner and sanitizing stations and that type of thing. But in terms of the staffing, we've tried to mitigate that as much as possible, moving some night shift custodial that would typically have focused on areas that maybe aren't as high a priority anymore to focus on the high touch point areas during the day when public are in. We've also purchased a couple, two Ninja Misters they're called. So it's like a pressure washer on wheels with two spray nozzles on either end to increase expediency of sanitizing larger areas. So within the fitness center, for example, we're closed between 2 and 2:30 every day to sanitize all the equipment in there. And it's a spray mist sanitizer that expedites that. So again, short-term cost to purchase that item, but a long-term benefit in terms of staff reduction. So right now, I believe, I just pulled the report before I came, I believe we're at about a cost of $16,000 in increased supplies that we would deem COVID related. And certainly I'll continue to provide that update through the general managers to council going forward. Second question, knock on wood, to date we have had no need to close the facility due to either a case of positive confirmed case within the facility or staff or patrons being symptomatic. And so we're hoping that that trend continues, but to date I can say that we've had nobody at this point, which would initiate our activation of our rapid response plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our guests. I'm just curious as to how the memberships were handled during this time in regards to when you paused. I see in your slide you have, there's a reactivation date, so I imagine that meant you paused them or something. If you could just sort of fill me in on that and how that was handled.
Your worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and rest of council. So upon closure of the facility, all of our memberships were paused for the entirety of the closure as well as upon reopening. And then with the implementation, like every year we have our summer pass that's available for typically non-members, although we do have some members, because it is a bit of a better deal, who are pause their membership, buy the summer pass, and then reactivate their membership in the fall. And so because they were 20%, we reduced them by 20% this year to encourage members to come back in, non-members to come back in. And so we worked with our members to, for the most part, keep their memberships paused until the end of the summer pass season, which was September 13th, and then memberships were reactivated in their entirety on the 14th. We did communicate to all members via email and follow-up phone calls and such that their memberships were going to be reactivated on that date, and if they wanted to take that opportunity to either cancel their membership or take another additional pause, we worked with them to try to do that as much as possible. And so memberships are reactive now, except for those that have chosen to cancel or delay their reactivation.
And so just to follow up to that, if I could, were there a high incidence of cancellation memberships through you?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and rest of council, that we will know that more conclusively on October 1st when the first pay run happens, or the first withdrawal happens. So the last 2 weeks of September, we basically compensated for the loss of the tail end of March. So halfway through March, because membership fees would have already been taken out on March 1st, rather than reimbursing and then collecting it again, we just took the opportunity to extend that to October 1st. The latest numbers I was given as of Friday anticipated membership withdrawal on October 1st is about 13% less than it would have been of October of last year, which we were pleasantly surprised by. We've been hearing some other facilities there as high as 40 to 50% non-return of members, given, give or take which facility. So if that trend continues, we feel very lucky that that number of members have chosen to remain members of the facility.
And then just one final up. So in that, through you, your worship, so then we would be expecting a slight, I don't want to say, because of the pause and a few less memberships, we would expect to see that that number decrease for next year. Yes?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and rest of council, yes, as part of my presentation I will, we have budgeted for a 15% reduction in membership revenue to compensate for the unknown of where members will come back. And we're hoping that by seeing it it's a little bit higher than that or a little bit lower than that right now, we're hoping that trend continues, but we have allowed for a 15% reduction in memberships for 2021.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, do you have any questions?
Councillor Bennett, do you have any questions?
Okay. Councillor Lowy, go ahead, you're next.
Yes, thank you. And one comment, one question. Lonnie, thank you very much for representing Stony Plain. It was a pleasure working with you when I was there, and I know you've done very well for the community and for the Tri-Leisure. Gentleman 42 of 453 shows cost recovery, and it seems to be dropping. The percentage is 1 or 2% type of thing. Is there a specific reason that we can attribute to that? Because we looked at 81.69, 81.18, 77.79, and for 2021 we're projecting 74.48.
Your worship, through you to Councillor Loy and the rest of council, if I could pause that question, I do address that in my next presentation of the 2021 budget.
You're ahead of me. Thank you.
Read your mind. I knew it was
this
coming.
Question there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any more questions? I don't see any, so go ahead with your next presentation on the 2021 budget.
All right, so I am pleased to provide an update and a presentation on the 2021 budget, which has been approved by the Board of Directors, and direction given to me to proceed with the presentation to municipal councils for their consideration and final approval. So this evening I will speak to a number of points, quickly cover the TLC peak priorities that are determined in the board's long-term strategic plan. I'll highlight the 2021 key objectives. I'll speak to Councillor Loy's point on cost recovery, get a little bit more into the detailed budget on revenue and expenses. I'll give more of a breakdown and description and explanation on the request for municipal contribution, and summarize and answer any questions that council may have. So for those that may be aware, and council members who have been around the table for a long time, the long-term strategic plan for the TLC Board of Directors identifies 4 peak priorities which drive the operational focus of the TLC. Those are personnel, engaging stakeholders, asset management, and key service levels. We endeavor to ensure every decision made has at least one of these key priorities in mind. As with every year, in addition to our ongoing operations, administration identifies a number of key objectives which are directly tied to at least one or more of the 4 peak priorities. For 2021, we have had a couple of initiatives, of course, carried over from 2020 because of our facility closure, which didn't get completed due to COVID-19. Additionally, we have a number of new initiatives for 2021. In employee engagement, safety, development, and recognition, CORE, or Certificate of Recognition, was paused and pushed back, but we're fully anticipating to be in a position to have an audit completed by the end of April of 2021. Our employee development plans, which were developed and rolled out in 2020 for all permanent full-time staff, will be reviewed and processes adjusted as necessary. These long-term development plans focus on long-term development of our full-time staff, but they also identify opportunity for short and medium-term growth as well. As I mentioned, these will be evaluated this year, and any changes that are required will be made. Additionally, we'll be conducting an internal staff satisfaction survey. So for the last 3 years, we've participated in Great Place to Work, which is an external survey done by external consultants. And for a number of reasons, including financial, we've determined, and the board has supported, a move to every second year of having that formal survey done, and on the off years we'll do more of an internal review to make sure that we're still hitting the benchmarks of where our staff feel we need to continue to focus to be a great place to work and a good employer. And the final measure, or final key priority in that area, is involving customer service training. So all of our departments do a very good job of very specific departmental relative training for their staff when it comes to different scenarios and situations that may be where there's difficult patrons or difficult situations. But we feel there's a need for a benchmark, consistent training across all departments so that we can handle similar situations in a similar fashion across the organization. And so we'll be developing a training program internally to address that. In the area of customer experience and stakeholder engagement, we'll be conducting a facility user satisfaction survey. That was to be done in 2020, but again, with the closure, that's been postponed. We'll also be looking to expand and enhance our customer experience through our upgraded software. So our IntelliWare software, which does our program bookings and membership and those types of things, combined with our newly created app that we rolled out in 2020, we're hoping to provide more opportunities for people to participate online, whether it's program registration, renewals, those types of things, to be engaged, two-way engagement online. And finally, in building enhancements and upgrades, some major areas that we're needing to focus on. The biggest area is the arena chiller replacement. We're also continuing on with our fitness equipment lifecycle replacements and a small infrastructure request for an upgrade and a renovation to our children and youth services desk, which I'll get to in a few slides. Cost recovery. So Councillor Loy brought this up and did ask a very good question in regards to cost recovery. So the TLC has had a long-standing history of having a very high cost recovery rate when I compare it to other facilities across the province. That being said, the cost of doing business does continue to rise, whether it's our staffing, goods and services, that type of thing, combined with the threshold of being able to, when we're looking at membership fees and facility rental rates and that sort of thing, there's that balancing act of making it affordable for community members, but also trying to balance the expense side. So in 2021, we do see a fairly significant decrease, but that's mostly because of the projected loss of revenue in our memberships. In other areas, whether it's program expenses and those types of areas, it's very easy to say, okay, we're going to expect a reduction in our swimming lesson revenue. Therefore, we're going to see a reduction in staffing costs or the amount of staff that are going to be employed at that time. However, with memberships, because they're able to access the entire facility, it's a little bit harder to identify a very easy win in terms of the expenses, because there's a certain level of staff we have to have in the facility to open our doors. And as a member coming in, we need to have that level of staff on schedule to be able to provide a safe environment. And so we have worked hard, and I will get to the expenses side, but I think our administration and our departments have worked very hard to try to compress their expenses and try to mitigate that. So we are anticipating that once we see a return rate of our memberships, and maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised in 2021, but looking forward into 22, we certainly would expect our membership rates to return to the pre-COVID numbers. Therefore, would see a return rate of the cost recovery rate to return to the more normal rates. 75% or thereabouts is still a very successful number when I compare our comparators across the province. And so I totally understand and can appreciate the concern of it decreasing, and we'll do everything we can to get it back up in 2022.
Lenny, if I may add to that, another element, and it maybe is a little less relevant in 2021, but it has contributed to a slight decrease over time, is when we opened the TLC and we were the jewel of the recreation opportunity. I used to be a member of Court 21 here in Stony Plain until the TLC opened. I could go swimming, I could go skating, and I could go to the gym. It wasn't hard for me to make up my mind that my Court 21 membership fell away. But we're noticing competition that we never had in those early years of the TLC. 24-hour open, unsupervised gyms that are direct competition, and they work for people who perhaps were members of our facility before, and they want to work out closer to their house and in different hours than we open. So there's that, and plus we're an aging facility, so it's costing us over time perhaps a little more than in those early years. Our expenses weren't as high.
So moving on into operating overview, so a little deeper delve into our operating budget. So revenues, not including the municipal contribution, we're budgeting for just over 5.5 million. And our operating expenses less depreciation, so depreciation taken out at 7.4 million, and that's where we get the 74.48% cost recovery rate. Getting into a little bit more detail in regards to the revenues, so we do see a decrease in memberships, as I mentioned before, of 15%. Same thing with our programs and services budget. We're reducing that by 15% anticipated revenue as well. Facility rentals is slightly less than that. We're at about 9.7% reduction expected revenue because facilities are still being rented. So minor hockey and minor soccer for the most part, and those types of organizations are still using those surfaces. So the rentals would not see quite as big of a decrease in use. And then our administration revenues or our miscellaneous revenues, our decrease projected is 8.3%. And so that's our lease spaces, our corporate sponsorships, our vending machine rentals, our ATM, all of those kind of self-generated revenues. So overall, that's how we get to the 5.5 million. 5-year trend data there. So again, for quite a few years, we had a fairly stable revenue stream of somewhere in the 6.3 to 6.4 million. Of course, 2021, we're projecting quite a bit less for obvious reasons. Flipping to the expense side, and as I mentioned before, each department has taken a hard look, and I've really, Kathy, our finance supervisor, and myself have gone back multiple times to departments to try to get them to tighten up the purse strings on the expenses. And we have reduced significantly where possible while maintaining every effort to maintain the quality of service that the TLC participants have come to expect over the years. I believe administration's done a great job. Might be a little bit biased, but I think we've done a great job in paring down the expenses as much as possible. Overall, we have cut expenses by just over 9%. Part of the overall expenses were reduced hours, operating hours of the facility of about 9 hours a week. So we are open 9 hours less than we would have been in 2020 to try to get to that, but that hasn't had a significant impact on what we can provide to the public. Looking specifically into each of the categories, salaries and benefits, we've reduced by 13.5%, and that's in spite of a 2.5% cost of living increase that is in our collective agreement. So again, we've done a very good job of reducing staffing levels where possible while not jeopardizing the quality of service. Materials and supplies were reduced by 4.5%, so again, trying to trim as much as we could. Utilities, however, did see an increase of 6.7%, and that's due to a higher than expected delivery charges that fall outside of our long-term agreement with Power and Gas through TransAlta. So that was an item that wasn't in our control to adjust, and so it's being budgeted at slightly higher, 6.7% higher. So overall, 7.8 million in expenses. And again, the trend there, and again, showing, 17 through kind of 1920 was a fairly steady increase. And again, part of that is the cost of staffing increases through our collective agreement, the cost of materials and supplies going up, but trying to maintain a manageable rate. And of course, a dip in 2021. Switching to capital, administration has reviewed and continues to review annually its 10-year capital plan, which we share with the municipal general managers. And we've tried to make additional adjustments this year wherever possible to expand or extend the life of as many components or on the capital side as we could to try to reduce that ask for 2021, because we know municipalities are facing the same fiscal challenges for 2020, 2021, and even beyond that we are as well. So we fully recognize that. Items that are being requested that are left in the capital budget really are felt to be required at this point, not and they're a need, not a want. And as such, they are at the end of their life cycle. The largest component, as I mentioned earlier, is in the arena, where we're going to be replacing the chiller, our brine heat exchangers, and our natural gas refueling station. The total of those items is about $317,000, and the remainder of the budget is for fitness equipment replacement, which even that budget has significantly decreased over past years of asking. So we're trying to get a little bit more miles out of our treadmills and our ellipticals and stuff than we maybe normally would ask for them to go through going forward. Administration is proposing to reduce the request to the municipalities by $150,000 this year by commencing the chiller replacement process in 2020 to be funded out of our capital surplus funds realized due to changes in scope of the projects in 2020. So some of the projects we did in 2020, we saw cost savings. They came in under budget, which was a good news item. And we did change the scope of the track. Instead of doing an overlay, we did a painting of it instead to try to extend that life and repurpose that money for the chiller. And so the total capital need for next year is, the ask would be $377,000 approximately. We're using $150,000 out of our recognized surplus from this year. So the total request to municipalities for next year in the capital area is $227,000 and change. Infrastructure I mentioned earlier as well is a very small item this year of $20,000. And that's to do a renovation to our Children and Youth Services desk. Currently, that space is very poorly designed and really isn't used effectively by our staff, and so there's a feeling that there's really nowhere for them to go as a staff. In the other areas, they've got an area that is very high functioning, very usable space, and so we're trying to, at a very as minor amount as possible, try to upgrade that to make it a much more usable space. And this would follow the process that we saw in the last couple of years of upgrading the customer experience front desk and our fitness center desk as well. So overall, looking at the total municipal contribution ask, you'll notice that it has gone down as a combined total. So we are asking for a little bit more in the operating side, and that's primarily due to the decrease in memberships and my previous comments around having that easily identifiable expense to compensate the reduction in memberships. To counteract, though, we are asking for less money by the $150,000 that we would have needed by capital savings of this year. And the infrastructure request is quite significantly less than last year as well. So overall, the municipal request is $2,1,441,000 compared to the $2.3 that was approved last year. So overall, just to summarize, we've seen overall revenues have decreased by 13%. Expenses have gone down by 9%. The combined municipal contribution decrease is just under 7%. So asking for a little bit less money this year of each of the municipalities. Operating cost recovery rate for 21 is projected at just under 75%. All of that, of course, being prefaced that COVID-19, heading into 2021, those impacts we're estimating based on what we're seeing as a return rate right now and what we've seen over the first few months that we've been reopened. And they are best estimates at this point. And so we're hoping, I think we've budgeted conservatively and we feel confident that this is a budget that has a good chance of being successful. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you much for the presentation on the 2021 draft budget summary, I guess, from the TLC. It was very informative, thank you. Members of council, any questions regarding the presentation on the draft budget? Councilor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not so much a question as a comment. As the council representative on the TLC board, I just wanted to mention how great of a job the TLC administration has done at managing through a pandemic. Being the type of facility it is and some of the challenges that are faced, I think it's been absolutely incredible that it has fared so well. And as we've heard, not many facilities are sharing that same sentiment right now. So we're in a very good position, and I'm also very impressed with the budget that has come forward with a municipal contribution decrease of 6.9%. I think we've seen, one other presentation that was at a 0%. Now this one is a reduction in ask. I think that's incredible that before we even have to ask for the pencils to be sharpened, they're being sharpened when they get to us. So just a huge kudos to Lenny and his administration for all the hard work that they've done, Lonnie and the board for all the hard work that they've done, and bringing us this tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Any other questions? Does the Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, have any questions? Okay. Thank you. I guess it looks like they're letting you off easy today. I do have a quick question. Just looking at page 44 on the administrative revenue, what does that all encompass? Administrative revenue kind of, to me, sounds like it could encompass a lot of things.
Your Worship, through you to yourself and the rest of the council. Those things would include our lease space, so all of our leaseholder revenues, corporate sponsorships, revenue from vending machines, ATM machines, those kind of things. The odd time when there's an extraordinary government grant that we can apply for. So it's kind of that catch-all of anything else that's not necessarily always as consistent other than our lease space revenue. So the rest of it is concert revenue as well would fall into that category. So when we host a concert at the event and at the facility. So,
okay. Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned that for the 2020 capital budget, you would have a $150,000 surplus. So are there no more capital budgets remaining for the rest of 2020?
Your Worship, through you to yourself and the rest of the council, we have completed all of the budgeted items for 2020 on the capital side, and we'd have nothing left for for the remainder of the year. And so we took that opportunity to apply that rather than roll it over into the surplus or the restricted reserve. We thought it would be prudent to start to tackle the chiller replacement, because that can be a lengthy ordering process, an RFP process, because it is essentially a custom build in some regards, and it does take a significant length of time to get that into place. And being that the arena is only closed for 1 month a year and we're the only ice that's available in the Tri-region over the summer months, we wanted to make sure that we were in a good position to ensure that project was completed on time and not impact our users over the summer months.
Thank you. And then earlier in your presentation, when you were providing an update on COVID-19 and the effects and impacts on TLC, what is the TLC projecting for an operating surplus or loss for 2020?
Your Worship, through you to yourself and the rest of the council, great question. That number continues to maneuver and change. But currently, based on the last presentation to our board, we're projecting a deficit at this point of about $50,000 to $60,000. We're hoping that number, and we will do everything we can to get that number back to zero by the end of the year. At one point in time, it was going to be a substantially larger number. And that's the time then we chose to reduce the operating hours of the facility for the summer months as well as the fall heading into winter to try to get that number down. We also successfully received a rent subsidy grant through the federal government to help offset some of the tenant rent, which was not coming in because, again, they're not making any money. It's hard to get blood from a stone, so we were trying to work with them to lessen their impact because we certainly don't want to lose any of our tenants because right now there's an ample opportunity for tenants to go elsewhere, and we want to retain. We feel we've got a good working relationship and a long-term partnership with those tenants, and so we are working hard to get that number as close to zero as possible. And part of that was a better than projected return rate of our members, and if that continues, then that number hopefully will shrink. But again, projected right now is that $50,000 to $60,000 deficit.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm glad you mentioned the RUB subsidy that you mentioned that you applied for the federal government and received. As a Part 9 corporation, was the TLC eligible for any wage subsidy that was also offered by the federal government?
Your worship, through you to yourself and rest of the council, we are not eligible for that program because of the ties to municipalities. We've had numerous reviews of that, and we continue to review that opportunity because the deadline has been extended. However, our legal advice as well as our accountant's advice is that we are not eligible for that grant. We have seen one facility in the province access those dollars that are set up similar to us, but our accountant's opinion is that that program is being handled similar as CERB, where they're not doing a lot of detailed digging into eligibility at this point in time. They're providing the funding, and then they're going to do that recourse after. And the penalty of not being eligible, not only would we repay the amount, but there'd be a 25% penalty on top of that to repay. And so before we even endeavor down that road, we want to be absolutely sure that we're eligible, but all indications right now from our lawyer and our admin and our accountants is that we are not eligible. So we do continue that discussion though, because of that one facility accessing it, but they're the only one in the province that I know of that's set up as a corporate Part 9 corporation that did receive the funding.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have another question, just looking at the presentation and then definitely the 2019 kind of stats. I think a few years ago, the TLC changed from internal kind of cleaning and supplies and stuff to a contracted supplier. One of the reasons that was presented to council was that the cost savings in terms of wages and which was going to be offset through a little bit of extra product, which is fine. But I noticed in the presentations from 18, 19, and 20, the wages continue to increase and rise. So how much did we actually save by transitioning from internal housekeeping to a contracted housekeeping?
Your worship, through to yourself and rest of council, I wouldn't have the exact number on hand, but we are coming to the end of our contract at the end of this year. So we did do a review of estimated cost of contract versus hiring of staff within our collective agreement and finding a grid or a wage category that would fit, and we still feel that there would be more savings from doing a contracted service as opposed to internal staff. So we did do a review of that. We did run both scenarios, and we feel that there's still probably $100,000 to $200,000 savings by doing it the way we're doing it, as opposed to what it would cost us in our current collective agreement to bring back that category of staff.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may beg an indulgence of you to, I never like to step on Lenny's toes because in my profession I was told I never needed to know anything about numbers, and I take that very seriously. I don't let Lenny deal with the budget and such. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank council. I know Councillor Loy thanked me for serving as a Stony Plain rep for the past 6 years. Councillor Loy originally interviewed me, put me through the grill back then, and it just has not been a better volunteering experience. And I would thank the council for putting me in the position to meet on a monthly basis with the groups of individuals who sit on our board. It's always engaging, it's always collegial, it's always cooperative, and aimed at doing what I think each of the owners does when they appoint nominees to the board, which is to provide good stewardship for that wonderful facility that we call the TLC. I also need to take this opportunity to assure you that I will be taking back to our board the kind remarks made by Councillor Laurie regarding our administration's handling of COVID. Certainly none of us had any experience with it. None of us have had to endure me chairing a meeting on Zoom that probably lasts twice as long as if we were meeting in person. When Lenny pointed out that we had two emergency meetings, one on a Friday afternoon, one on a Saturday morning, to thrash through the idea of closing the TLC because of COVID. We held a vote on a Saturday morning. It was not a unanimous vote. We had very passionate members of our board who really struggled with the idea of closing such an important facility down. But the decision of the board is the decision of the board, and the majority voted to close. And then 2 days later, the government would have closed this down anyway. When it came time for the government to decide to bounce us up from phase 3 to phase 2, our administration, as many steps as they were taking to get ready for reopening, it's a lot harder to reopen than it is to close. To close, you lock the doors and nobody can come in and swim in the pool and nobody can use the gym. To reopen, it took considerable effort to get our staff back, to employ all of the standards and the safety measures that were changing as the day it was announced. Lenny's group had to deal with 2 different sets of rules on how to open a pool that were 6 hours apart. So you just get your head around what you're supposed to do. In 6 hours, they change it. We, as a board, we had a meeting shortly thereafter. I think it was probably 2 days after the announcement. And we were all cracking the whip on Lenny to say, can you get this thing open in 2 weeks instead of 3 weeks? You know, we really turned up the heat on him. And it's just a testament to his staff, how well they managed the time that we were closed under extreme pressure, under reduced hours, reduced staff, in order to keep that deficit as low as it could possibly be. So our board was extremely appreciative of the efforts of our administration, and we knew that you would also be similarly impressed. And then thirdly, just the actual reopening. When it came time to reopen, I'm proud to say I was the first person through the door that morning. I waited outside to be the first person because I wanted to get back in the gym and I wanted to enjoy that place as much as I've enjoyed it since I first became a member. And just watching slowly people are becoming more comfortable with the idea of coming out, and our facility is being used, and we're absolutely thrilled. And we're thrilled that each of our municipal owners has invited us to share that news on how we managed to survive this challenging year of 2020. And we hope that you're going to support our request for 2021, knowing that a great deal of effort has been put into it by our administration, and that we, as a board, we're very pleased with being able to put forward the budget that we did tonight. So thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you very much for the presentation, and that was very informative, and I think it gave council a lot of understanding, insights on what's happening. Definitely, Lenny, thank you for your work as the general manager. I get reports of how things are going, and you know, hindsight is always 100%, but as a board, you guys do what you can with the information that you had, and I think you guys did an absolutely fantastic job with you know, your response to COVID-19 and everything was done, so great job. Lonnie, thank you much for your time on the board. You mentioned that Councillor Loy interviewed you, so I think that was when Stony Plains had dirt roads. Is that correct?
I rode a horse here, I think.
But again, thank you very much for your commitment to our community. Thank you very much for the presentation, gentlemen. Thank you. So members of council, with that ends that presentation from the TLC. to adhere to COVID-19 regulations, we'll take another 5 to 6 minute recess while we sanitize the presentation table, and then we'll come back. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
And welcome back to our council meeting for Monday, September 28th. And moving on to our fourth public presentation is from our planning infrastructure with Wilshell Architects. So go ahead, General Manager.
By the town to conduct a needs assessment on the public works building and site. Over the last 5 months, they've completed a needs assessment, physical condition review, functional condition review, geotech review, and a yard space needs analysis. Tonight we have Todd Vauchel with us to present their comprehensive report. Todd.
Thank you, Regina. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm a bit of a storyteller before we even get going on this. And the best way, we've come a long way to produce this report as well as this presentation. In 5 months, I've done a few of these assessments, one just finished for the city of Fort Saskatchewan. And as an architect, you can sit back and you can kind of understand problems. You can see where things need to be fixed, rooms need to be bigger, that kind of stuff. And with the city of Fort Saskatchewan, we learned a lot. It was a much easier one than this one. So when I received the phone call that we were awarded the project, of course I was really elated and happy and excited, and thank you very much. And then I sat back and I thought, good Lord, now what? So what we did is we had to go back grassroots, and essentially, in order to do the assessment, and again, I'm going to go a little bit off script, but the scope, as Regina defined it, we had a needs assessment. First thing we did is we went in and we'd done a needs assessments before, but we needed to really get down to the nuts and bolts of what is a needs assessment. And then we had to start looking at your facility, and we had to start defining how we approach your facility, how we interact with it, and how we developed a relationship with it. Through that relationship, we started out by building a foundation. Foundation is information gathering. That's pretty easy. You can walk through the site, you can take pictures, you can ask questions. Then we started to look at the understanding what we were seeing, what those relationships, how those things were going. And then we still weren't there. Like nothing was coming. This thing was not giving it up. Like, good Lord, because the conclusion in the testing comes from a need for efficiency. If we can get into and understand efficiency, how we can get you guys to optimize your workloads, how you can get the relationships closer to each other so they're not walking as far, all of those types of things. We had to pull out all the stops. So we, at one point in time, put together a questionnaire. Now, maybe it's my English lit background. The questionnaire didn't go over so well with some of the employees, and we were getting back one-word answers. So then I kind of said, okay, well, Greg and Regina were, okay, now what? And I thought, well, that's okay, because what we've done is we've actually planted the seed with each of the employees. Now we can go, we're going to have personal meetings, and we actually met with the groups and gave them an opportunity to, of course, we took our questionnaire and we paraphrased it, we'd used more words, that kind of stuff, and tried to get the point across. And what we got back actually started to reveal and started to peel back the layers of what's going on. Everything's on the up and up, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying hey, but we started to actually peel back the layers of what's going on at the Public Works. And so then we went back and started doing our analysis again with this new bit of information that we had learned. And again, if you read through the reports, the report is not a hypothesis. It's not a pointed report that gives you, says, we asked this question, we did this, we did this, we did this. We expanded, we elaborated, we gave conclusions. We tried to be as objective as possible, but there still is some subjectivity in there. But the subjectivity comes from experiences that we had with other places. So part of, and I'm going to read part of this, is part of the project focused on the building and site condition review. That functional conditional assessment, preliminary planning for building and yards needs, those 3 items started us off in understanding and peeling back the layers. I use that term a lot. I wasn't going to, it wasn't, sorry, what's the matter? What is that? Oh, sorry, they didn't do that. I thought everything was taken care of.
The last person there was.
Oh, the last person knew exactly what they were doing? Oh, if my face is red, that's why. Sorry, do I need to go back? I can start over again. Okay. So those building and site condition review, functional conditional assessment, preliminary planning, and building and yards needs. Those 3 items started to build the foundation, and then we can start to peel back. But one of the things that we started evaluating, so those 3 things also had consultants involved, specialized consultants, to help us get down to the nitty gritty, get the objective stuff out of the way. Evaluating the existing layouts and relationships. That's where the questionnaire came in. Layouts came in, here, just a sec, I'll sneak forward here. Opportunities to optimize the existing site and facilities, growth and operation. Of course, those last 3 items we'll get to a little bit further in this so-called story. Work included engagements of engineers, structural, electrical, geotech, code review requirements, mechanical, and hazmat. We, on our other ones, like for example, the city of Fort Saskatchewan, we could have used them, but we did not utilize those engineers. They, I think they would have convoluted, in Fort Saskatchewan, they would have convoluted things. Here, they were a little bit of a savior, because when we started really get down into the nitty gritty of what was going on the Public Works site, we needed to assess each of the buildings so that we could understand, or we could determine whether or not they're at the end of their life. How do we direct you guys? What the annex building was, this little monster that you guys had pulled into the mix and were utilizing. But one of the things that really started to arise, and this is a really positive thing for the town of Stony, is the employees that you have working on the Public Works facility are really, they don't give up anything negative, or not negative, they don't point out faults or anything that could be fixed. You really have to pull that out. They're real troopers as far as the facility itself is probably operating at about 101, 102% efficiency, or it's optimal. They're doing the best they can with what the conditions they have right now. So that, said that, if they're operating it like that, the facility, the point, I personalize things, but the points, or the Public Works facility actually is only capable of 70 to 75%. Those are my numbers. So if that's 100% efficient, it's only operating at 75% for efficiency. But you would never know it unless you met the workers. And they've developed relationships. They have developed intergroups relationships. They hang, for example, they hang the keys to the front end loader in one spot. Everybody knows where it is, and some people even try and come in early so that they can get the front end loader first, and then nobody complains. Or if somebody leaves it, goes for lunch, somebody might come and grab it if the keys are in it, and nobody says anything. You don't get that kind of relationship every day, and so that was one of the things that really struck us in what we were doing. If I run out of time, just let me know. But some of the things that started to peel back when we started looking at the relationships of the workers and the facilities, we could do simple things like code reviews and stuff like that. That would start to reveal. But one of the things that we noticed was that in the Public Works facility itself, now that facility was built in '74. It's a block building. Its block essentially is like concrete. It's not really ever at the end of its life. You just put more paint on it. You do other things to it. So we really looked at what could we do to keep this building. But some of the things that arose that were that kind of a very, very technical term that kind of sucked was the washroom facilities for the females, the how the mechanics interrelated with their own space, how the blades on some of the graders were swapped out. Overnight stays were, which is very interesting to me. Overnight stays were frowned upon for any equipment in their facility because they just they had their 2 or 4 doors. Sorry, I'm just remembering offhand. But the mechanics would not normally every morning have room for them to do their work that day because somebody needed that bay in order to park something overnight. And it didn't necessarily have to do with them doing the work. Changing a blade out, which is not an everyday term, and for me means something to them, but it was not something that was necessarily done by them, but it actually took up their space and time. Fair? Of course, the space being built in '74 doesn't meet the intent of the energy code. That's quite strict, so I can kind of give that a buy. Overnight equipment stays causes inefficiency. Undersized lunchroom. Now that whole area, if I can move forward, let's look at this bad boy. So here is the site as it is right now. And what we've done is we've tried to lay out who's where and what's going on. This is part of our analysis of starting the beginning of the relationship analysis. And one of the things. So I have a couple of millennials on my staff, and in the city of Fort Saskatchewan, they have their main building where they change the workers every morning, and then they go off to their departments where they work. Okay, fair. So, but in Fort Saskatchewan, some of that time, changing, chatting, all of that inefficiencies. Of course, it starts at 8 o'clock. Had them almost 10 or 15 minutes before they actually picked up a wrench or opened up the door in their own area. The reason I know that is because my millennials timed it. One of the girls went inside, put on a pair of coveralls, came out and walked over there with the other one timing them, and then they used that as part of their evaluation of efficiency and relationships. In that case, that helped us understand and prove that maybe lockers or something like that should be moved over to a different location. That's the level of efficiency and the level of understanding that we're getting after in our report. The undersized lunchroom is hopefully this works, is right in this area right here. I have probably a larger, yes, right in this area right here. I tend to be a little bit subjective, so bear with me. This area right here is the epitome of everything, and this is my conclusion right now. You won't find it in the report. My conclusion, this is the epitome of everything positive that's going on at the Public Works facility. Let me explain. Where you see the purple here, or blue in some cases, there's a piece of equipment parked there every night. When the employees arrive, come in through here, they park over here, come in through here, or maybe even come in through here, and their lockers are all the way along here. They open the lockers, put their boots on, put their coveralls on. Some of them have to lean up against the front end loader. And then if there's an efficiency, and if it's minus 15, and that front end loader has to be started, the doors are opened and the front end loader is started. These guys continue to do their thing, get ready for the day, and then off they go. You know how hard that was? We had to ask so many questions about the relationship, how this thing works, because everybody was so, it's fine. It kind of, but it presents a work environment that is less than desirable. The other thing is the lunchroom. The lunchroom only had one exit up, had everybody down up in there, and it doesn't meet code. Not only does it meet code, but part of the problem is when they're warming up their piece of equipment before taking it out, they get smoked out. You can't keep the fumes out of there. Fair? Okay, that took a little bit of doing too. And then we have the woodworking area and the same kind of a problem in there so one of the things that we learned is that the equipment is very expensive, and the longevity of that piece of equipment can seriously be is detrimental if it's left outside. It's like a farmer leaving their tractor outside. So they take great pride in the equipment that they have, and they move it inside. Everybody else deals with it. Fair, all day long. So one of the things, so then we started looking at the relationship on how, not only in the locker room and that kind of area, but how does the staff interrelate with their spaces? And we were quite surprised, or I was quite surprised, to find that although there's not life safety in jeopardy other than the smoking out, and that's an exhaust or a ventilation issue. Reception, somebody from out here, and this is kind of what's happening in our environment now, comes walking in here. Reception is by herself. There's washrooms, but if you look, she has to come all the way out to here, come out into here, and then order to women's water closet here, and they have one. Fair? So during COVID, you had all of those, all of the female personnel working in the facility utilizing one washroom, and they always had to come downstairs. Screams inefficiency. Then, if you come upstairs, the offices are a little bit larger. No offense, Greg. A little bit larger, but essentially, if you look at them, you can probably get one more office if you start changing walls around. Again, less than efficient. Let's see here. Oh, so then we started looking at documenting and looking at the annex building and using some of our experience of how would we make the site more efficient. The annex building is another example of how your workers, how the employees interrelate, how they just take a little corner and then just make it theirs, and then they kind of build stuff, and then it's all legit, but essentially your graders, if you've ever been in there, it's actually kind of amazing. They back them in and they put them over here. And that door isn't quite big enough, so everybody uses that door. Comes in here, backs in, comes in here, backs in, comes in here, backs in. So that was one of the, now, when we first started, you would have thought that the annex building was probably on its last legs. It's just a pre-eng metal building. But what we found is that the concrete floor, the heating system is, although the boiler needs to be changed out, the heating system, the floor, actually does its job and melts from the bottom up, which is great for winter vehicles and that kind of stuff. So in the morning, but here's the catch: your vacuum truck, your vac truck needs to, a diesel like that needs to warm up before you have brakes. Fair? So somebody would come in, start that truck, smoke the whole place out until it builds up its air, and then they can move it out of there safely. And then the exhaust system somebody would have to flick that on, and hopefully it worked. But what we were told, we did not get a chance to witness it, and I truly believe it, is that when the exhaust system was turned on, it just circulated the air in that area. Again, less than desirable working conditions. So what we did is we looked at a number of options on, once we understood all of that, we developed a clear understanding of foundation and everything like that. Believe it or not, we still didn't have a very clear go forward, and this was after about 2.5 months of study. You have a lot of land. It's less than efficiently laid out. It took a lot of work to understand how things move throughout the site. And then we started looking at, one of the things that we learned from previous studies was, and I'll get to that, was a centrally located public works facility is optimal. Because, for example, something as small as a mower, and I got a little side story about that, but not with you guys, with City of Fort Saskatchewan. Just a mower leaving in the morning and them going to the other side of town or as far, your radius is actually pretty good. You don't need to load up. You can get there efficiently, and you can do all the mowing. This was one of the questions that we did. We wanted to know actually what your radius was and all that kind of stuff. So centrally located place. And the reason I brought that up is because in Fort Saskatchewan, they're located at one end of town in an industrial park, if you're ever familiar with it. So my office is downtown Fort Saskatchewan. So I've got if you've ever been Highway 15, Highway 21 interchange, I was sitting there at the front at about 8:40, and we were in the middle of doing Fort Saskatchewan study. 8:40, and a mower goes across the highway. I was safe and everything's cool. And I go, well, where's that mower going? So, and how long does it take a mower to get from one side, from that point, all the way over to the other point? And you'd have been shocked to learn at how inefficient that system was. So then we had a suggestion for them that they had to start creating satellite garages, so to speak, where they could have fuel. People could go punch in however they want to do it. They're starting to go to an automated system off their phones. They could go there. They would be saving hours each week in just these satellites. The perk with where you guys are located is you don't need, our feeling was right now is that you don't need those. You guys are pretty centrally located and efficiently run, so there's only so much, it's pretty good. I can leave it at that. So then we started looking at, well, if we were to start relaying and start dreaming on this site, what would we do? What do they need? Well, the first thing is that your PW building needs, it has some Alberta Building Code violations, stuff like that. So it needs to be updated, and quite literally, where are we going to put them? Where are we going to put people while you're doing a renovation? Because our original initial thought was, because it's a CMU building, let's not demo it. It's not done its lifetime. The mechanics love it. It works for them. We have some tweaking to do. And so where are we going to put them? So then we started looking at the annex building. We could move everybody over there. And then we started looking at different things. And I said, you know what? Part of our goal is to look out for for immediate needs all the way out to 30 years. And so we started looking at different ways to do it, and option 1A started to evolve. I'm cutting out a little bit of the meat there. But essentially, phase 1 has the ability to take on and the staff of the PW building minus the mechanics. The PW building would then move and become, well, you can see we have it kind of phased for you, but the PW building itself, mechanics, would eventually take it all over and be there. The annex building would be repurposed to this renovated first floor, and even these relationships between all of the different user groups are by design. Who works closest with the other? How do we do this? How do we do this most efficiently and help this group help this group out? So the annex building is newly laid out. That allows us to build this for office. And then phase 2 is when everything is handed over, phase 3, and we build out to a company for the next, I think it's the next 10 years or something to that effect. We start oh, sorry, I can talk about this slide forever. So we actually relocated your recycling station over into here and gave access off of 49th Ave. The reason why we started looking at the new building, we felt that you're gonna eventually need a new building. Okay, so let's start planning for it. Is because there's a park across the street and you have good access coming off of 49th, and then 50th is still busy, but not as busy. You're in a pretty good location with big vehicles coming in and out of that site. So that's essentially started, and we had other mandates for parking, employee parking, future employee parking, and then we relocated recycling, and then we just literally, once we decided to start doing that, then it started to all fall into place for us. You can, the other thing is a wash bay was very important. And that is correct. A lot of different public works facilities are looking at wash bays to help extend the life of some of their equipment. And then you don't want your equipment to go outside in minus 30, even though it's hot, cold, that still is detrimental to it. So what we did is kind of plugged in where you would be in immediate needs. Maybe there's a couple more offices there than you need, but that's fine. You can. I'm not saying that you'll grow into them. I know that's kind of it's like having an extra space over here, and you're going to go with that. And we're going to grow into that. Well, the next day somebody's put something there. Apparently we did it overnight, but essentially we would recommend. And everybody knows this, I'm not speaking out of turn, that if you're gonna build a second story onto something, you're probably gonna save anywhere from 30 to 35% of your construction costs if you do it right away, because it's essentially just an extension of the steel or whatever building materials that you were gonna be using. So that will get you taken care of, that will get you even more efficient. And then there's also some storage here for expansion in the upper one here. Sorry, I'm pointing at this, I can use this. Expansion right here. This will take care of some of the meeting rooms, lunch rooms, all of that kind of stuff, multimedia rooms, and become very close. I am familiar with Spruce Grove. I have toured it, and this is part of the model that we're seeing right here, how they utilize their lunchroom as both a multimedia and a large meeting space, which again, plays into the efficiency. Who can resist as an architect? What the heck? Let's put together a little bit of a design here and have some fun. I mean, quite frankly, I think we've earned it. Cool? I'm joking. But this plays along with some of the other architectural languages that you have here in Stony Plain. And I could make you laugh some more, but I won't. My wife told me to behave. So one of the things where we were is this one, the second option, but not recommended. We thought, okay, go back 2 spaces. We thought masonry building, you have those 2 big bays. We can, actually, to tell you the truth, this option came before 1A. So we were going to expand in this location here. I did not see this one coming right off the bat. And it was actually one of your employees that said, hey, you know what, and then Greg helped by saying, yes, you can remove the recycling. I didn't think we could. Anyways, so then we looked at adding on to this building, adding on to the new mechanics shop, and then we would go this route. Now that I've had time, I was pretty excited about it at the time. It solves a lot of the problems, but it also puts Band-Aids on a lot of the problems. You still have an existing building that was designed for one thing, and now you're asking it to do another thing, which is I'll see if, oops. Oh, that's, okay. If you get right down in it, it's in the part, these are enlarged. redoing the bays to become more office space and stuff like that. I liked the personally, I love option 1A. To me, that's the answer. Option 2, I really enjoyed. I really liked it because it was so centrally located on 50th Ave. It made sense. But it kind of was a big bruiser on the site, and it kind of hurt flow. And then it didn't help these guys come out of here. If I go back as a comparison, you can kind of see when you start plugging in flow and efficiency of then it starts to really kind of make sense. Fair? This is we are also asked as one of our options to design a building for another site that you guys would purchase in the future, redevelop this site, all that kind of stuff. All this is essentially the 30-year build-out of option 1A. Fair? On a different site. Elevations would probably be the same, all of that kind of stuff. There is costs associated with this. No more costs, probably. This one here has a hefty price tag. If you build it out in phases, of course, I see now we did you the favor of not building it in phases. Apparently, you guys are going to build it all at once. Good for you. But essentially, again, this moving it to another site has its own issues. You're not done spending because now you're going to need satellites. You're going to need these little garages by the rink or by your green spaces, your large green spaces, and that's going to add extra cost to them also. And so as a summary, PW building does not meet current national building codes. It's not a life safety issue. You have a great staff there, and they are not complaining, but that is something that's going to have to be addressed. They're just essentially too nice to say anything. Staff and safety concerns. Where the reception is, public coming in, she's by herself, that kind of stuff. People are upstairs. It is running at capacity. Right now, with the structures that they have and the infrastructure they are running at capacity. Organizational issues. I don't like that term. I know I wrote this, but I don't like that term, so I actually, I just underlined it as something to talk to, doggone it. Sorry about that. The organization, what I mean by it is not an organizational entity as a group. What I mean is how it's organized, how the spaces are related to each other, how they're organized, how they work together has issues. Spatial and programmatic issues, operational resilience, and ultimately a need for additional space. That goes without saying. Additional needed support is needed to support storage and workspace in order to function at 100%. Right now, Public Works facility, just to reiterate, is operating at the best that they can right now with the facilities that they have. You can always put a family of 11 in a 2-bedroom house, but and somehow over years and years and years, families have made it work. But in this case, it just leads to inefficiencies. They require additional square footage to plan for a future growth. That goes there. So now this is probably, I probably should just, I'm joking right now. I should probably just end on this because I see you guys are smiling, and let's not talk about numbers. That's all boring stuff. But essentially what we've done is is to put together budgetary numbers of how we see or how we can implement the plan that I've just talked about. Fair? So
Yes, I think council's had a chance to look through the whole presentation.
Thank you.
And read the report. So that was a good presentation. and you're getting to the dollars and cents, so I think this opens up for maybe opportunity for council to ask questions regarding the designs that you have proposed and some of the kind of cost phasing.
Thank you, yeah.
Members of council, any questions regarding the presentation? Councilor Lowry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the great presentation. The one thing that I was looking at in regards to the design where you utilize the existing building, I think you called it 2 in your report. Yes, that one there. Mm-hmm. How much of an operational impact would this have on Public Works while this project was actually being undertaken? It seems to me with the extensive amount of renovations that you would have to do with the existing building that we might need to even find some type of temporary home for many of our Public Works entities, whereas in 1A, it looks like you would be able to actually construct the new building, move entities into there, and actually kind of flow through the phases without disrupting any workflow. Am I understanding that correct, or could you elaborate on that a little more?
Your Worship, through to council, sorry, I had to read that. It's not, yes, you hit it bang on. That was one of the deterrents, and there's a number of deterrents with option 2. I'm forever an optimist, so you could technically, you could look at renovating this portion of it and move them into the annex building renovated, this portion, temporarily, but it's not as desirable and it's efficient. You're going to be going back and doing the renovation again once you get option 2 up and running. Fair?
Good. Thank you. Any more questions, Councilor Lowry?
No more for me, thank you.
Members of council, any other questions? I'll check with Councilor Bennett. Deputy Mayor, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. So, I don't see any more hands up. Councilor Lowry, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to our guest, I'm sorry, I forget your last name, Todd?
Vauchel.
Vauchel.
Oh, Vauchel.
Vauchel, okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vauchel. Mm-hmm. I really did appreciate this report. It was a lot to read, but very thorough. I did have just one, going to page 163 of 453 in our agenda package. I'm not sure what number it would be for you, but it does, it's talking about the overall site. Anyhow, maybe I'll just read it, because I just had trouble understanding it. It says, with all the recommendations for design strategies shown above, and I believe it's talking option 1A, Vosh Arch knows that the Public Works site needs a new standalone building and that skipping multiple phases or trying to fix smaller issues will ultimately be the best approach for the future of the site in the town of Stony Plain. Can you, I was left just a little confused with that. When you say skipping multiple phases or trying to fix smaller issues will ultimately be the best approach, are you saying we should skip steps, or is that like a typo?
Oh boy. Your Worship, through to council, thank you for the question. Holy cow. I'm going to be honest, I don't have an answer for you. The reason is, we focused and did the report, and then that was probably 2 months ago. Like a good bottle of wine, it's had time to ferment. What we present here, as well as closer to the back of the report, or of our portion, are the phases and stuff like that. We had a number of phases, 1 through 1A, or 1A, 1B, which is the standalone, and 2. Those are our phases. So I really, I apologize. I don't have a necessary answer, but I just know that the phases that we've defined are, you can skip you can build the whole building. You can go, I'm not grasping at straws or anything right now. I just know we had a limited number of phases to, and if you're gonna skip anything, there's a sequence of events that you can do, or you can actually leave some of the Quonset huts. Some of those things don't get built right now. Some of your parking isn't moved, all of that kind of stuff. I think that's what we were referring to in that. Does that help?
Yeah, it clears it up a little bit, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I see no more hands up. I'll ask a couple questions. Looking at the design for maybe option 1A that you
Sure.
presented, and looking at option 2 that is there, none of the options mentioned about increasing the sizes of the recycling center. As one of our environmental pillars is to focus on being more environmentally friendly. Even with option 1A, there is no mention of increasing the rotary recycling center. And with option 2, there is no increase either.
No.
So why wasn't that considered if that was one of the pillars that we look for as members of council?
That's okay. Your worship, through the council, we did not get into the nitty-gritty of the recycling center at this point in time. But I can actually answer that right now, having asked the question, because we know enough about it right now. As your community grows, and again, I'm not speaking out of turn for the report, Greg, Regina, or anything like that. You can see that what I have up here, which is option 1A, we can increase. We have room where we've positioned it. We have room to increase the recycling as required or as needed. Whether or not it moves to Plan East, which is to the right, or if it grows, probably would be Plan East. And that wouldn't affect, I'm just looking at it right now, that would probably not affect very much as far as flow on site.
Okay. Go ahead, General Manager.
A little bit. Regional recycling is something that the town is interested in pursuing with our regional partners. So as we go into the future, we would look at expansions or possibly alternative locations that are more regionally based for recycling organics and some of these types of things. So that's something that's high on our priority list to explore.
Yeah, Your Worship, I might add just a little bit further to the General Manager there. I think, the intent here was to look firstly at the Public Works facility and its site and so on. Should we go down a path where we look at, moving the recycle center itself, then we could probably just ask ourselves the bigger question, do we want it in that particular area? Is there a better spot, or so on and so on? And, take that conversation further.
Okay.
May I add a little bit more? I've had a moment to think. If you look just below where the relocated recycling station is, you can see bulk landscape. A lot of municipalities share that space. It's separated, but they're in the same area. If City of Fort Saskatchewan has some of their bulk greens, foliage, that kind of stuff, is actually where they would have bulk landscape material, like that kind of stuff. I know this is for something different. I know this is for the workers on site to do their spread throughout the community. But in those cases, they have bulk trees, limbs, that kind of stuff that is dropped off, and they're trying to move away from it. It's pretty cumbersome, and it builds up quickly.
Thank you. Council, any more questions? I have a question regarding your option 1A, 1B, and option 2. So explain to me the difference of recommendation between 1A and 1B.
Okay.
I think there's missing a phase there, and can you explain why?
So 1A is what we see right here. Oh, sorry. Your Worship, through the council. 1A is what we see right here. 1B is This was gonna be 1B. There was the full build out on another site was 1B. But this building here that you see right here is actually is the full build out of right here. So what we did was, we knew we were onto something as far as planning for efficiency for this site, but if there was ever a need to, 1B was not arbitrary, but it just picked up on 1A is this site, 1B was an alternate site with that building, and then option 2 came as, oops, sorry, wrong way. This became option 2. And it was chosen as options late in the game. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to snowball or anything like that. I'm just giving you, like, this was one of the toughest studies that I've ever done. And just to get to this point where we could see 1A, 1B, and 2 was, I believe, quite an achievement.
Okay, good. If you go back to option 1A that you presented there again. So,
yeah.
Okay, so that clarifies if you go to option 1B is taking the whole building that is on the, I guess, the right-hand side if I'm looking at it, move to a new site.
Yes.
What happens to all those auxiliary buildings that we're currently using?
So what happens is they become, when this, okay, wow, thank you. Very good question. When this building is fully built out, they're obsolete. This building, when fully built out, takes over the annex building. The annex building is a storage building. The PW building has a mechanics in it. All of that moves into a full build out in option 1B. That makes sense?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around this for a second. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. I think I'm following what you're saying in respect to that, and the question that comes up for me is if the full build out of that building as option 1B on a different site encompasses everything we see on the site today, essentially then that building is only being built for today's needs and not future needs. Am I understanding that correct?
Your Worship, through Council Boy, I hope I'm saying all that correctly, but no. So there's going to be infrastructure around that. So the full build out, it will house all of your future needs for administration, all your administration needs, plus all of the storage for your heavy equipment, trucks, that kind of stuff, but it will still need. So if this site becomes obsolete, and it becomes something that you guys want to sell to develop or whatever. A lot of this stuff, other than the annex, what the annex building's doing and what the PW building are doing, the rest of that will become part of the infrastructure and the growth in this new site.
Thank you. And that's not included, though, in the costing for option 1B that we're seeing in this report?
Just one second. So option 1B would be, I think I had it in and around the $14 million mark, which is in our report. Oh, sorry. So it's a total of everything plus the 4 million, which is the 4A estimate there.
Option 1B is 14,046,000.
Yeah.
Yes, and option 1A is a little over 16, almost $17 million. So if you go back to that picture again, and I just want to continue to ask for understanding and clarity.
Yep.
If option 1B is the full build out of that one building that will service all our needs for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
So now go back to the existing site without this. Would it not make sense to, in that corner where you had put where the recycling center would be if you wanted to move it,
right here,
is to build the entire building there while we're still operating the public works shop, maybe a little bit less inefficiently, and build it totally there? Then we've just done 1B at $14 million versus 1A at $16.5 million.
Yes. You You are correct, but the efficiencies of putting that building right there and the flow around the site would require a full redesign of the whole site. You're right.
But you just said that the other buildings will be non-existent. We don't need them anymore.
You still do. Okay, so the bigger one, like the annex building, as well as the PW building, where the mechanics are right now, if you did do a full build-out of that site, in this corner right here where there's the existing fence, part of the reason why we didn't put the building there was because in phase one, we were phasing, we did not think that there was an appetite at the time to build that building fully, especially considering that you didn't quite need it yet, and that you had some existing buildings that you could use and develop the efficiencies on. Fair? So the main reason, though, and it was a design exercise, and we all know design's subjective, the reason why we did not put the building there was because of access off of 49th for heavy machinery, and we kind of liked how this was facing the park. In the lower hand corner where you see lot 2 right here, and the recycling station faced the park across the road. So it was one of those things. It was a natural fit. Does that help?
It does, but it still leaves a lot of confusion because I'm trying to figure out, the best concept. Because if we did 1B, which means build the whole build out on a different site, which means we don't have any of the annex buildings, we don't have the old existing public works, we don't have the pole sheds, we don't have any of that stuff. And you just told me that 1B is sufficient for us for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
But I just said, well, let's, instead of building it somewhere different, just put it right in the corner there, we do 1B, and you're saying that we still need the other buildings.
I can't refute that.
So
No.
I'm trying to understand how do we need to go forward if council chooses to do it all at once.
Oh yeah, no, in that, and I can own that. My assumption was incorrectly conceived. That is that the phasing approach is, God, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. 9 times out of 10, the phasing approach is always the one that is most wanted because you can actually control your funding all the way along. And it does, don't get me wrong, it does cost more remobilization, all of that kind of stuff as you're phasing. But in this case, you have an asset in some of the buildings that you already have that are actually functioning properly right now with and again, the annex building, the renovation and new design for the annex building is makes it more efficient, the annex building, and then makes that whole area more efficient. But by all means, if there's an appetite to build 1B, yeah, I can't refute that.
Okay, I'm just looking at all the different options that we can do, right? Because it's about dollars and cents and providing all the options to council. And that's one option that I did not see presented here.
That was because we were asked to do the study. This is going to sound weak, I get it. But we were asked to do the study, come full circle, and then make a recommendation on what we thought was the best way to move forward for the town of Stony Plain.
Okay. Yes, and that's a good answer. In terms of, because I'm looking at some of the options there on 1A, with the move of the recycling center to come off 49th, 49th Avenue will be a main arterial road, 4-lane. Is that wise to put a recycling center with access in and out off a main arterial road?
I can give you my subjective opinion. Well, without a traffic assessment, but I did not see a right in, right out as an issue coming off of a main arterial, considering the traffic that we witnessed at this point in time, even in the over the next few years. Is that fair?
Okay, so you just mentioned right in, right out. So that means a no left-hand turn off 49th onto...
That would, so right now I'm saying right in, right out. That's my safe assumption. If we were to allow left-hand turns coming off of 49th, then that would have to be part of your, that would take a lot more study. That's a little bit above the consultants that we had doing the assessment.
Okay, thank you. General Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you are aware, the Transportation Master Plan is currently underway. It will be studying all of the RTO roads and collector roads in the town, including providing some guidance on timing for any of these expansions or improvements. And that information will be ready early in 2021. So at that time, we would be able to match up any of the transportation studies with future locations for some of these facilities. And if there are any discrepancies, we could make adjustments at that time.
Thank you. And I think that was all the questions that I had. Thank you very much for the President. Members of Council, anything else? Okay, thank you for your work. It was very thorough, and I enjoyed reading it. There's a lot of data and technical analysis there, a lot of dollars and cents, a lot of food for thought for Council to consider as we go forward in strategic planning and looking at what's best for our community over the next 30 years, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate it.
Are we good?
Thank you. Administrative staff, is there any presentations after this?
No, Your Worship. I believe that's the final one this evening.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on with our agenda items. Moving on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. We do not have any. So moving on to adoption of council minutes, the RCM of September 14th. Councilor Plechko, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The council approved the September 14th, 2020 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilor Plechko. Members of council, I know you guys all read it before, so any errors or omissions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead. Councillor Bennett, are you there? Councillor Bennett, are you there? Councillor Bennett, are you there? Councillor Bennett?
Did she hang up on you?
Oh, Councillor Bennett, are you there? Okay, hold on a second, I'll put you, hold on. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Thanks, Councilor Bennett. Moving on to item 7, which is Council Boards, Commissions, Committee minutes. Moving on to the TLC of June 11th and August 13th. Councilor Lord, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the Town Council receive the Tri-Municipal Leisure Facility Corporation Board minutes of June 11th and August 13th, 2020 for information.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, have you had a chance to read them? So any errors, omissions, or questions to the Council representative? Well, I do not have any either. So again, just want to pass along kudos to the TLC and the team. Definitely did an admirable job during the COVID-19 and is continuing to reopen. So thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Yes, I vote in favor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bennett. Deputy Mayor, we're moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. 8.1, Code of Conduct bylaw. And again, today we're doing second reading and third reading as we did first reading at our last council meeting. Councilor Lloyd, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2673/G/20 to establish a code of conduct governing the conduct of council members, council committee members, and other bodies established by council.
Okay. Thank you very much. Town Manager.
Your Worship, I'll just maybe ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to provide any further comment that she may have at this time.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you to your worship and council. I mean, we went through this last week, and in the savings of time, I would just open up to any questions. There were 2 minor additions made just based on questions that council had last week. But other than that, there were no changes from the discussion at the last meeting. Again, a consultant has reviewed, provided these recommendations, and it's a bylaw that guides council conduct going forward if passing all 3 readings tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much, General Manager. And again, to recap, we adopted a council code of conduct in 2017, I believe, way back then. And again, this is 3 years in, so we're just revising it. A consultant looked at it and made some recommendations to make it more efficient and better, more user-friendly, let's put it that way. So any questions regarding the proposed bylaw? Councilor Matthews, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have any questions. I just want to express my appreciation for the changes to 17-3 and 17-5. It definitely adds clarity on page 342.
Okay. Thank you much, Councilor Matthews. Any other questions, comments? No? Seeing none. Deputy Mayor, Councilor Bennett, do you have any?
Do you have any questions, Councillor Bennett?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Bennett?
I vote in favor.
Thank you. Move on to third reading. Councillor Matthews, please.
The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2673/G/20.
Thank you very much. Again, this is third reading to pass the bylaw. And members of council, this is set to be reviewed every 4 years. So that is coming back in 4 years, is that correct?
Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments before I call the question? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
I vote in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to business items. Under 9.1 is the taxation of vacant lands. And I believe staff are coming in for that. So Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, you get to make the motion. Go ahead.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead to make the motion.
I don't have it on.
You have the motion now.
No.
9.1. Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, you're making the motion as per administration's recommendation. The Town Council approve the taxation of vacant land policy CFC 047 as presented. FS.
Thank you.
Welcome. So go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll have a few brief comments, and then I'm just going to turn it over to the General Manager to add anything further. The previous time that this item was in front of Council, there was some discussion about policies of sorts or process or incentives to maybe offset the potential for the increased taxation. We didn't have the time, Your Worship, to delve into those in detail, but I did want to provide Council with some advice that should Council see fit to move forward with the policy as presented in front of you. I think that is a good follow-up conversation, discussion, insight review to look into what other aspects can be tied into this particular policy to do a little bit of the lack of a better way of putting it, Your Worship, the carrot and the stick style as to, getting properties into development. There was conversation at Council about community gardens and so on and so forth. Again, we didn't have the time to delve into that in great detail. Should Council see fit to go forward with this particular policy, I do believe that there's something there to be looked into, reviewed, and brought back for further conversation, discussion with Council. Your Worship, I'll stop there. I believe perhaps the General Manager or the Manager of Finance may wish to add a little bit further, but I'll leave that for them.
Okay. Go ahead, Manager or General Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, we provided quite a detailed presentation last week. We can go through that again if that refreshes Council's memory, or we would rather just answer questions directly that you may have around the policy now that you've had a little bit more time to think about it, and as you move into debate around it, we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. So why don't you just do a high-level summarization?
Sure. Your Worship and all of Council. So again, a reminder of the policy that we have put in front of you tonight is that we applied a 7-year vacancy after subdivision or demo of buildings for the vacant lands taxation to begin. And that taxation rate would be applied to both residential and non-residential lands, and it would be applied at a rate of 1.25%, the current tax rate. So there's a number of things included within the policy that are excluded, and that's anything that would have a building or improvement. It excludes farmland, and it also excludes properties where it has been two lots, both either residential or non-residential, where that property owner is using it for a larger lot or for their business to run as well. Those would be excluded under the policy that, you know, one lot may look vacant, but when you look at the property owner, they are using it as one lot. That's really the high-level policy inclusions and exclusions. From a dollars perspective, this would generate additional taxation revenue of almost 102,000 is the estimate at this time, taxation revenue, which is about 275 additional dollars on the residential side per lot, or $1,000 on the non-residential side. If this policy were to be approved, we would need to bring back a bylaw to be put in place that just identifies the 7-year vacant rate subclass, which would allow our assessor to assess those lots separately. So that would be a follow-up piece to come back to council at a subsequent meeting should this policy pass. I'll leave it at that, Your Worship, and we're here to answer any further questions.
Okay, thank you for the summary. Move on to questions, comments, and debate. Deputy Mayor, you're first up.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Are you talking to me, Brenda?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
For my comment?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, last time we talked about this, we talked about different strategies that we can use. And this is one tool in the toolbox. But I think that we do need to look at others. I like the carrot first and then the stick. So in my mind, and for this policy, I'd like to suggest the infill policy for residential and to enforce the community standards. Those are the two issues. The property is left too long, but if it's taken care of and maintained, it doesn't affect us that much. But to give people and developers the opportunity, as we did with our infill policy for commercial development, I think that that's probably the way to go instead of passing this taxation policy first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate that. And I just want to recap because sometimes it's hard to hear through the phone. So you're comparing this to a carrot versus a stick, and then maybe it's one tool. This might be better later on, but let's focus on the infill policy that we have, and then also look at more enforcement of community standards to address some of the issues that we're trying to solve with the taxation of vacant lands policy.
Deputy Mayor, or did you catch a summary of the mayor's comments?
Yes, I did, and yes, that is exactly what I was trying to say.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Exactly my point.
Okay, that's Deputy Mayor. And then Member's question, Councillor Mattis, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the vacant land tax, I do like the idea of decentralizing the waiting to build while the land appreciates in value. Having said that, I'm not sure in 2021 we're going to see a significant increase in land values. So I do like the idea of the carrot, which is the infill, but I also want so I do like this idea. I'm just not sure if it's this year or next year, right? Then with regards to affordable housing, I would like to be able to incentivize the building of properties that would allow for affordable housing through maybe potentially different tax rates. So let's say, for example, if we were going to put 25% or 50% affordable units in a place that there would be maybe different tax rates for that. So I'd like to see some ideas of an overall package of how we could work all of these things together for a common goal of having good planned development in the community, taxing people when they're just sitting on something for it to appreciate over a period of time, and at the same time also looking at infill, meeting our density requirements in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a general comment. This has been talked about for a while. We brought this up at the beginning of the last corporate plan. It was supposed to be brought back spring adjustments. COVID pushed it later, and we've come forward now. Developed land is meant to contribute to the overall revenues required to provide the services that the town provides. Every meter of sidewalk, road, sewer, water, storm lines, etc. carries a cost to maintain, and does not matter whether the property in front of it is developed or undeveloped. Other developed properties should not be cross-subsidizing vacant lands if left undeveloped for a significant period of time. Future policies on usage to exempt from the vacant land rate should be explored, and this policy can help encourage those discussions and allow those lots to contribute to neighborhood benefit. This tool is a great start to complement policies we already have in place, such as our community bylaws, but it also helps us open up to our future possibilities. Having these lots vacant for 7 years before falling into this category provides a very generous period of time from the land being ready to be developed to an actual build-out. The taxation on vacant lands, as it sits today, is actually quite low compared to a developed land. And only increasing it by 25%, bringing this up to 125%, is not a significant impact on each individual landowner, although it does have a significant impact on the town's revenues. And when we were looking at a very difficult situation that we were facing coming out of COVID and having to rethink and reimagine the way that we do things, the possibility of having this increase that could either incentivize people to begin developing these lands, to which we would be able to collect higher tax rates, or to contribute more, helps us offset the possibility of potentially having to put in a tax increase as we look forward. $102,000 in additional tax revenue, I'll remind Council, is I believe approximately 2/3 of a percentage point that we would not have to raise taxes. So again, I think this policy has great merit to it. I think it has great benefits to it. I think it has incentives and disincentives, as we've kind of talked about in our last meeting. And I think that it also opens up the possibility for us to look at what things we may be able to put in place that we can use on vacant lands that would make them exempt from this tax rate, but also provide benefit to the community in which those vacant lands exist. So I'm very supportive of this coming forward this evening.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just make a comment. I suppose I should have been maybe more clear last week when I voted against accepting this for information. I found it quite well on a number of levels, but on one in particular, we aren't the business owners, we aren't the landowners, and to meddle in other people's business, we are as likely to create unintended consequences as we are to inspire them to build. We could get, first, I think it would put pressure on our administration to make concessions or concessions, and I think we've experienced issues in the past that mean that we, as this council, have taken great strides to back our administration so that they don't feel those pressures. And then I would also say, you know, in terms of unintended consequences, we could inspire unattractive growth. We could inspire high growth rates that this community wouldn't necessarily appreciate. I think about the Genesis on the Lakes development that we looked at recently, and we had a number of residents that came in quite unsatisfied with a different development going into their area than they had intended or thought that they were buying into. So in terms of comparing maybe the residents that do have to look at unsightly yards and construction for extended periods, yes, I grant that that is, but we also have to consider that if we force development, we could get stuff we don't like and angry residents in that regard. I'll just end it there.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions, comments regarding the vacant land taxation? Okay. Some of my comments, I'm not too sure if I can support this bylaw coming through in terms of taxing vacant lands for next year in 2021. As we know that we've had an economic downturn for the last 3-4 years, and we've just been hit with a global pandemic which has put a lot of people out of work, and yet we want to increase taxes to the people that have land, and maybe they're planning to build later, and then they don't have the ability to. I don't believe that is right. I do believe in maybe looking at different alternatives, and this might be right for our communities, but not right now. When I read through this, I can see us as a community having this bylaw in 2025. So the effective date is January 1st of 2021. I would like to move that date to 2025. That'll give us ample time to develop other tools in our kit to incentivize growth in the communities, such as the infill policy mentioned by our deputy mayor. When the infill policy started, it just covered commercial industrial land. After a few years of seeing the success of that, council went and adjusted that policy to include commercial, industrial, and high-density residential to encourage growth in our communities and to meet the target numbers that we needed to. I can see us now as a council changing that again to include not only commercial, industrial, and high density, but just regular residential lots, period. There are lots of lots in our community that are not built up yet. So we can incentivize those lots for the next 5 years before the taxation of vacant lands comes into play, which gives everybody the ability to adjust their game plan, the business plan, so that they can build the community that they want to see, and not force it over the next couple months if council approves the bylaw right now. Okay. So unless a councillor wants to make that amendment to change that, I will not support that, the current bylaw as it is, or I would have to put the chair over to the deputy mayor, which is kind of very inconvenient at this time. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just a question in regards to your comment. I do agree with the theory behind it. I think it's a good idea that we could defer the implementation of it to a future year, and that would allow us to have discussions with these current landowners. That would allow us to advise people that are coming out. I think 5 years is a long time down the road, though, to push that out. I'd be interested to know, and I would be willing to make the motion if you would be accepting of it, if you would be willing to defer it to 2023.
Yeah, 2023 is good. I think it's 3 years out that allows our residents to understand what's happening, and also then allows us as a council to readdress the infill policy to add residential lots to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Then I would be willing to make the motion to amend the motion as it stands to come into effect on January 1st, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, there has been a motion to amend the bylaw. Is it a friendly amendment?
Deputy Mayor, do you accept the amended motion?
I do accept the amended motion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that amendment and the exception of it as a friendly, Deputy Mayor. So I will speak in favor of the proposed bylaw on taxation of vacant lands. I believe it is another tool for us to use as a community to continue to manage the growth in our community, to build the community that we want to see. Again, this is a scenario that does not take effect today, not a couple months from now on January 1st of 2021, but January 1st of 2023. It allows our business owners, landowners, and our town to have these conversations with our community to see where it can go from here. I think we can get a lot done if we add residential to the infill policy to incentivize residential lots to be built up within our community. Also, I will agree with Deputy Mayor that some of the complaints that arose through our community that brought this forward has to deal with unsightlies in our yard. So maybe more enforcement of community standards will reduce those complaints as well. Okay, any more questions on the amended motion? Well, I guess not amended anymore, it's a friendly, so the motion that's presented. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one question through you to administration. With the policy not coming in place for a couple of years, would administration be developing some type of a communications plan and a plan that they would begin to work with property owners to advise them that this policy is coming into place and some of the ways in which the town can assist them in moving their properties forward between now and then?
Yeah, Your Worship, given a couple of year planning horizon, top of head is just, we would work on some communication. Some will have to go out fairly soon just to ensure this discussion is translated clearly. But I would expect, we would have the opportunity, both administration and council, to, further understand and develop both this policy itself and maybe take a look at some of the other side of the incentives. So I think the opportunity to have that dialogue conversation is a good one to take advantage of.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's important that we get the ball rolling on this quickly to have those conversations so that hopefully we have less land by 2023.
100%. Good comment. And then again, before I call the question, I just make sure that the administration is aware that based on the conversations that we're requesting that the infill policy be brought back to council to add residential lots to that. Do I see some nodding? Or do you want a separate motion after this?
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarity, so if council wishes to add residential or take out or whatever, I would ask that any specific amendments be made clearly at this point.
Okay, that was regarding the infill policy that we want to come back to council. Do you need a direct motion to bring the infill policy back for council to revisit and add residential to that policy?
Oh, sorry. That policy, it might be best to have that policy itself was developed through the Growth and Commerce Committee with, with economic development staff. So it could be just a referral motion to Growth and Commerce to, have that conversation, develop the maps, go through the numbers, and come back to council.
Okay, so I'll leave it in your hands to forward that on to the Growth and Commerce Committee.
We have a meeting tomorrow.
Well, that's perfect timing. What's the delay? Because we probably finished by tomorrow. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I vote in favor of the vacant land policy as amended.
Okay. Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Thank you. Let's move on to 9.2 before we take a little recess. So I'll move on to 9.2 is the Trans-Alta Tri-Leisure Center 2020 operational update and the 2021 budget. I believe, members of council, we've had a good presentation from both Lenny and Lonnie today. I believe the general manager is here to answer any questions. Are you here to answer any questions that we may have? Thank you. So, members of council, let's take a motion. Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Trans-Alta Tri-Municipal Leisure Center 2020 operational update and 2020 operating budget presentations for information.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, members of council, we have the presentation. Any questions and comments regarding the presentation or the adoption of it? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, do you have any?
Any questions, Councillor Bennett?
I'm just looking. No questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I just have one question for administrative staff. Based on the background information, there is a percentage base or kind of a zone which the Parkland County participates in with the TLC. How often is that that zone or those numbers updated? Because currently right here on the presentation, it lists Parkland County with a population of 17,499.
Your Worship, members of council, it clearly indicates in our MOU that the federal census is the time at which we would look at the numbers again. From time to time, we do look at our numbers in terms of if a municipal census is done, and there's also an catchment area that the Parkland County uses in terms of a formula to get that population count for us. So it's not the entire Parkland County population. There's a catchment area that's been defined as it relates to the Trans-Alta Tri-Leisure Center and access from those particular residents. And that's the number that you see within the formula in our background information this evening and which is captured in the MOU.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Move on to Councillor Matties. Go ahead.
Just a general comment. Like, why is not formula used? You know, for example, with FCSS. Why are we not using that percentage of Parkland County for how we are serving Parkland County?
Yes.
So just a comment.
Yeah, so the history on the TLC is when it started and it was discussed between the three municipalities, Parkland County came to the table with a catchment area. So they believe that the residents outside this catchment area would not use the facility. And that was the agreement drawn up for the Part 9 Corporation, and the numbers are updated, as the general manager says, on a 4-year basis on the the federal census. So we'll continue to work with those numbers, but that is what the agreement is.
Right. So Your Worship, just to clarify, can we determine what that catchment area is for FCSS and then have a formula? Can we try to work for that? And I know that's a different subject, but it's brought up here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, I would just quickly add to that over the course of time, due to population growth in both Stony Plain and Spruce Grove and relatively flat population in Parkland County, those percentage numbers do switch over time. You will see them every time that federal census is updated, that the percentage numbers shift. The allocations are based on set geographic. So City of Spruce Grove, Town of Stony Plain in a set geographic area. Our populations grow, Parklands essentially stays flat, and our percentage cost increases along with that population growth.
Good. And just a note to council, if this stays stagnant as the way it is, after the annexation by the City of Spruce Grove of Parkland County, those percentages will change as well. I'm not too sure what the number of residents living in the area that Spruce Grove is annexing, but that will definitely change the percentage. Okay. With that, Councillor Meyer, thank you for the motion. I'll call the question. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
I move acceptance of this motion.
That's good. That finishes 9.2, and we're looking at close to 10. So let's take an 8-minute recess before we move on to the next agenda item. Thank you. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to our agenda items. Number 9.3 is the Public Works Building Needs Assessment. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a few brief comments. The manager of operations or the manager of facilities here who are ready to answer any questions on the phasing or the work that was completed. There was a rather extensive presentation earlier in the evening, so we won't repeat those. Repeat that. There was one comment I wanted to build on, which the architect Todd mentioned, was the phasing approach allows control of expenditure. So that is really one of the key things that we've tried to achieve here, was a reasonable phased approach, which allows the town to control the expenditures and build what we need now, and then only expand and grow that when needed in the future. And in the report, up to 10 to 15 years is used as a guide, but that would be totally dependent on how quickly the town grows and how quickly needs are expanded upon based on services we provide. A $7 million debenture is a large expenditure for the town. Its servicing cost is $420,000 a year. So it is an expensive proposition for the town for a building like this. So we do hope that the technical basis for the project has been well defined, and that now we can move forward with timing and how we might be able to afford it. So I'll pass it over to the manager of operations, who has a few clarifying comments to make on the phasing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I won't speak too long today, as Todd did most of the presentation, so I'm just going to clarify a few things. We were here and he presented three options. There's option 1A, option 1B, and option 2. With this project, we wanted them to come with the recommended option, so that's what's presented as option 1A. Option 1B is looking at moving a facility to another location, which we found from this report, that's not the option that we want to proceed with at this time. That is something we could look at, and in my opinion, in 30 years from now. As Stony Plain grows, gets to that city size, then you look at turning this site or another one into a satellite and move to a new location. But at this point in time, I think it'd be early moving to that new location and creating a bunch of satellite sites with the size of the town and how we're spaced apart. Then there was option 2. It was just we want to present that two very different concepts were looked at on the site, and as Councillor Laurie made in his comment, that option is very difficult, because how do you work out of the space while it's under construction? Do you really want to put a Band-Aid on that when you can, for the same price, build something new on the current site? So that's why option 1A is the recommended option. You'll see in the lead sheet here, the table, that's the recommended option 1A phasing plan. So I'm just going to quickly go through that. So we would like to go forward with detailed design work. Everything that's in the current report from Vauchel Architecture is a preliminary design, preliminary costing, preliminary plan, as well as they did a lot of structural analysis, mechanical analysis on the current building, movement, functional condition assessment, and such. So we'd like to go into detailed design, provided that in the corporate plan that this is approved with this kind of budget dollar amounts. After we would get into detailed design, we'd construct a new standalone building. The main purpose of the building is essentially store more equipment, put a wash bay in it, and get the staff out of the current building. I think after the main findings, the staff is priority number 1, to get them into a building that works better from them, then giving yourself storage space for your heavy equipment. And as the plan goes forward, we would look at a 10-year plan, which would be an additional heavy equipment expansion, and then such thing as another additional equipment expansion. All these things are based on growth. As you have to look after more roads, more trails, you need more equipment, you need a place to store the equipment. This is the recommended plan going forward. There is ways internally that we can try and delay that need for additional equipment. That's when as you progress forward, you hire additional people, you go to split shifts, you have the equipment running more hours without needing more equipment, which means you don't need the heavy equipment storage as quick. But you will need a time that you will need additional equipment as the town grows. So that's what this is all based on and the timing of this. Other than that, I think the study was very good. It shows that our staff are really doing a great job with what they have. I like the way Todd put it, that the staff are working at max capacity. They're working at 102% when the building should only allow them to work at 75%. I'd like to bring up one comment about the Rotary Recycling Center. We are regionally talking with our partners about long-term plans for that recycle center, as well as storage for things such as gravel storage, landscaping material, sand storage. So we may, in the future, want to look at moving these things off the current site, but keeping our main public works operation and equipment at this site, rather than moving the public works yard to keep this site to have more room for a recycling station. I would recommend the other way going forward. Other than that, I think I've said enough. I'll leave it up to questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Pletchko for the motion, please.
Thank you, Worship. The Town Council accept the Public Works Building Phasing Plan for information.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Moving forward, members of council, questions and comments to the general manager and the two managers that are here. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a comment before, I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions this evening, but it was a line that I highlighted in the report on page 145, and the general manager already alluded to it a little bit. And it's during the course of the study, we discovered a unique work culture that truly reflects the town of Stony Plain. Essentially, good-natured people doing their best with the conditions they have. And what that says to me is we have a great staff who are doing the best, but not provided the best. And I start thinking and I start imagining, what could our staff do and what would their productivity be like if they had a facility that matched their good-natured people doing the best? And I truly think that it's incredibly important that we look after those who look after our town, and that will be reflected. And so I'm very excited to see this come forward this evening. I know our presentation was a little bit scattered, but I think we got a pretty good understanding of what was being laid out. I love the phasing approach that I see. I think it gives us some good options, and not only that, but it also sets forth the need in time. You mentioned at one point in time about just building the building on a different area of the property. We could build the whole building out and be done with it. Well, I think the reality when we look in the phasing is at what point in time will we actually need that whole building? And as we see in the report that's presented to us, you know, we could be anywhere from 15 to 30 years before we may need to start adding on the likes of the phase 4 of that final building. That we have some buildings that, you know what, all in all, they got good bones. There might be some things that we need to change about them. They might need some renovations. They might need some updating. But in reality, they have good bones. But each one of us around this council bench and on the line tonight have had the opportunity to tour the facility in where the employees have to change, where the employees have to eat lunch, where how many employees have to try and share one washroom. So I'm very excited to see this come forward. I love the plan, and I'm looking forward to our further conversations on it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Councillor Bennett, go ahead with your comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, when I toured this building 13 years ago, there were inadequacies at that time, especially in the lunchroom. The fumes were a problem then, and in the washrooms. This must be rectified as soon as possible. As Councillor Laurie was talking about, and the report stated, it works because of the staff we have now. And I'm sure that the staff we have now are good mentors to anyone new coming on board. But in a few years, we're going to have to transition that staff. And will they be willing to work in the same conditions? We need to start providing the benefits of a new building as soon as we possibly can for not only our staff now, but our staff of the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, any other questions, comments? Okay. Seeing none, I guess must be all asked out. Let me see. Maybe a question for the general manager or the manager. Looking at some of the costs there, as mentioned, doing 1B costs $14 million, doing 1A costs $16.5, almost $17 million. That's not going to happen. Like, I personally cannot support anything like that coming close, and even having a phased approach, as mentioned in 1A, which has $6.5 million over the next 2 years. As mentioned by the general manager, staff are the #1 priority. So if council was able to find $1 million, can we find a solution for $1 million in the interim for the next 5 to 10 years before we build a new facility? This report says this is what we need in 30 years. So if we can get to this point in 30 years, what can we do here for the next 5 years so that we don't put up the money here when we do not have the fiscal capabilities to do that?
Yes, Your Worship, and all of Council. Thanks for the question. It's something we actually discussed a little bit during the process of this report. So if given a budget such as $1 million as a holdover until we can go and do the $6.3 million project, essentially phase 2, it's something we can consider. What the key priority would be is what can we do with the staff for $1 million? So if we can get the staff and correct the locker bay, the staff room, the washrooms, and we can still use that area to store equipment as long as we get the staff out. For $1 million, can we get offices as well in there? And a wash bay would be ideal. So if that is the direction provided, it's something we can progress into our design with and look at that.
Your Worship, if I can maybe add a bit further. So I think the other thing to bear in mind is that, the report in front of council has a recommended option and phasing plan. So, to be clear, that is administration's recommendation, that we move forward along these lines. But layered on top of this report or any other report is the encompassing corporate plan, where, collectively we will try to slot projects in within the means of the entirety of the community or in the organization as to what makes sense logically with sequence, needs, so on and so forth. All that process that council is generally familiar with, and then ultimately, council has the last say as to what's approved, what isn't, what moves along, and so on. So I think, just to further add to the manager's comments, this would be the recommendation, and if directed otherwise, then certainly we would explore every option we could to make something work the best we can. So I'm going to stop there on that comment, Your Worship. I'm going to just make a few more general comments related to working conditions and so on. So I don't believe, Your Worship, that there's anybody in this room, I don't believe, that worked in the old town office. I'm sure some of you remember the old town office and may have come in to pay bills and so on and so forth. But there are still people in our organization that did work in that building. And when you speak about working conditions and productivity and just general overall, workplace satisfaction, certainly physical facilities do come into it. I know too, when you speak to some of the, the staff that were in that old building, they would have, the report then I'm sure said the exact same thing. Good people doing the best they can with the tools they have. Fortunately, those that came before us made a decision, I believe, probably about 2004, to embark on the building we're sitting in right now. And I do know, when we hear from staff, when we do interviews, when we have people come down here for their first day of work or for their interviews, I mean, this building is a selling feature. It's frankly a great place to come down to work. Certainly contributes to our culture that way. So as the general manager indicated earlier, big project, big cost, good project, lots of benefits in many ways. And we'll go into that corporate plan mix for council to consider in its entirety.
Thank you. So, and just another question, does anybody else have questions? Okay. I have a question regarding what the general manager said regarding the traffic study that is coming, and the arterial roads will be reviewed. And I mentioned this earlier that 49th Avenue is a main arterial road and is designed to be built out. So phase one here, according to the plan that administration has worked with and recommended, phase one includes relocating the recycling station. So does that make sense to relocate a recycling station that's off a major arterial road in our community before we've accepted the study to see that maybe there'd be a different location for it? So I'm having some issues here about the phasing that you have here and the studies that we're getting later on.
Your Worship, I think the way I would answer that question, thank you for the question, is the Transportation Master Plan will give us guidance on when 49th Avenue would be expanded to 4 lanes. Based on the current situation, there are a lot of accesses off on 49th Avenue for commercial businesses and others, so it is not ideal. You are correct. Many accesses is not ideal on an arterial road. However, that ship has already sailed because there are multiple accesses, so fewer the better. So as we look forward into the future, I guess the timing of that upgrade in relation to this project would be considered early next year. I would suppose that if there was a bad decision out of the combination of those two things, we would come forth and suggest a revision to the location for the recycling center. And there are many other options that we could put forward once we have more information on the transportation master plan. So at this time, I think what I would propose is let's get the information on the timing from the TMP, and then when this project goes ahead, if it does go ahead in the corporate plan, we would marry the two up, and smart people would figure out the right timing and the right sequencing and the right way to go about this.
Thank you.
Can I, sorry, Worship, if I could just comment as well. When we began this study, we actually gave Vaushel Architecture instruction to try and have all the access off of 49th Ave. As the 5th is ongoing with construction, they're building a concrete median that blocks the access onto 49th. So we would not be able to make the left turn in and the left turn out from 49th onto the 5th. So by moving everything to, from 50th Ave onto the 5th. So by moving it to 49th, you are able to make that turn at the 5th and at the intersection of 49th Ave.
Okay, that makes sense, but I would challenge that by saying, would it not be, especially with the amount of traffic and the heavy equipment that comes out of there, safer to come out of 50th and then going down Brown Street and accessing it at a controlled light intersection, which 49th and Brown Street will be eventually when the whole arterial road is built out?
It's a good comment, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments? Councilor Flechico?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. Just a couple of things. When I look at this, there is no doubt in my mind after the tour, Greg, that this needs to happen. The downside for me at this point in time is just where do we find that much money? You know, I don't doubt for a minute that it is well past the time. But I kind of play a bit off of what Mayor Choi was asking, was if there was a smaller amount of money or, you know, something like that, what could that look like? Could we get you know, bathrooms brought in that would work for that type of thing? Could we, you know, look to move the equipment that, you know, the loaders and stuff like that that cause the heavy smoke to someplace else where there's a smaller truck or something that we could move that type of thing around? You know, I think coming off of this COVID is going to be very trisome for everybody in the economy that we have today in our province. And unfortunately, you know, I'd like to see a much better facility down at Public Works for the people there. Again, having toured that, I can't imagine having to work out of that some days. I have contemplated that many times when we've been waiting for reports like this. So I fully support the idea of getting something up to par for the employees down there. And I'm just wondering if, you know, I understand that this is the presentation, but I'm just wondering if this can be looked at just a tiny bit more, where we could have something that for a shorter period of time, and maybe it's not millions of dollars, maybe, you know, you rent some bathrooms and you put up a smaller building or something like that that can suffice, kind of built into the work of what these guys have done for future down the road. Or maybe it is the big building where the annex building becomes the $1 million project that needs to be done today, opposed to something else. So I think this is well needed in all aspects of it, but I just think at this point in time to spend you know, $7 million, unless we've seen that in a corporate plan where that money is going to come from, a bit tough to support that type of budget.
Yes, Your Worship, through to Councillor Plechko, I appreciate the comments on the building. So if that's the direction from Council as we go through the corporate planning process, it's definitely something we can consider. The nice part about this document is if we are coming up with for example, a $1 or $2 million interim option to phase 1 here, it'll be something we could design that would complement this option going forward, but something that would not be in the way or compromise this option going forward. So yeah, it's an excellent comment.
Councillor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, just a comment with regards to the dialogue I've heard. I mean, I don't recall hearing this conversation about the library. I don't recall or even am contemplating this conversation with the recreation complex. And so I do believe that we should bring this forward to corporate planning. I would like to see maybe a smaller phased-in approach too at that point in time. But I just believe that 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, we may be even in a more difficult situation than we are today. So, you know, we have to sit down and go, okay, what are the needs of this community? And we need to plan for those needs of this community at a reasonable level. So I look forward to discussing this at corporate planning.
Thank you. Councillor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. One brief comment. The architect did mention that 75%, but we never talked about a figure like if we got to 100%, well, what's our efficiency? If you understand what I'm saying, it's like we're getting things done now in a building that has 75% capacity, if that's the right word. So if we had something that was 100%, how much are we saving, or how much more efficient will we be getting? I think that's something that you want to consider too, with everything else that's been talked about, 49th Avenue, the recycle, everything like that. So I think it's a component.
That's good. Good comments there, Councillor and Councillor Mattis. Thank you. And then, you know what, I think Councillor Plechko referenced the $1 million kind of figure that I threw out there. And I did not come by that just out of the hat, because I had read this quite a few times and gone over it. And I got the $1 million from, because if you read the phase 1 approach, it says detailed design to construct a portion of the new standalone building to accommodate admin, lunchrooms, and meeting areas. And I think those were the number one needs that we need for our staff, is to take care of the admin room, lunchroom, meeting areas, and kind of wash bays, washrooms, so that they can have it. But if you look at under that, phase one, site prep is $450,000. So if we don't do site prep, we just found $450,000. Moving of the recycling center is $250,000. So if we don't move the recycling center next year, and if you look at the original plan on page 428, detailed design work is $350,000 that's earmarked on this plan. If you add those three numbers up without doing anything else, is $1 million and $1,050,000. That is why I said, you know what can they do with $1 million as a bridge gap until we go ahead and do this whole phase-up approach when we start it in 5 years. That is where I got the numbers. So it was not just picking numbers out of the hat and trying to make something happen. It was looking at the numbers that administration provided for us as information and to see how we can work around that to provide the best scenario for our staff and for our community going forward. As mentioned by administrative staff, a $7 million project over 2 years is going to be like a $600,000 increase?
420.
420. So that is 1, 2, 3, so almost 4%.
2.5%.
2.4%. Yes. And that is very, very difficult for residents to handle at this point in time, especially the way things are. So I'm looking at different ways to do that, and $1 million is a good thing to start talking about. With that, Councilor Fletcher made the motion. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor, Councilor Bennett, are you still on the phone?
Councillor Bennett, do you have any questions or comments?
No comments at this time.
Okay. Again, the motion is to accept for information. I'll call the question. All in favor? Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, your vote?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to 9.4 is the Stony Plain FCSS 2019 Annual Report. Councillor Lloyd, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the 2019 Stony Plain FCSS Annual Report for information. Thank you. Anything else to add, administration?
Not at this time, Your Worship.
Thank you. We had a good report from Jill and Lisa. Council members, open the floor for any questions, comments? No. Deputy Mayor, Councilor Bennett.
Deputy Mayor, do you have any questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Bennett, do you have any questions or comments regarding the report?
Okay, I guess not. Thank you much. So on behalf of our council and our residents, Councilor Mattis, you can take back the accolades that we do support Stony Plain SSS and the work that they're doing in their communities. Call the question. All in favor? Councilor Bennett?
Deputy Mayor, your vote?
I vote in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Move on to 9.5, which is the Stony Plain FCSS 2021 budget. Councilor Mattis?
The Town Council accept the 2021 Stony Plain FCSS budget for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Administration, anything to add?
Not at this time, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any questions regarding the budget? Okay, see none. So with the presentation and the recommendation that is coming forward from FCSS, does this just get built into our corporate plan as is, as whatever is requested?
Your Worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. See no more hands up. I'll call the question. All in favor? Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor, your vote for this?
I vote acceptance of this motion.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to 9.6. This is a bylaw prohibiting councillors from serving as paid on-call firefighters, and it is bought for information. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. As a current member of the Stony Plain Fire Department, I request that I will be stepping out for this conversation as a removal of conflict of interest.
Okay. Thank you. As a potential. Councillor Fletchko?
I as well request to be stepping out.
Okay, thank you. You can grab the door. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tonight in front of Council is a report with one part update, one part return from a previous direction of Council. Back in March of 2020, some concerns were brought forward from our Stony Plain Fire Department, excuse me, were brought to my attention. Following those concerns being brought forward, we implemented a bit of a review process, Your Worship. I know that Council has some familiarity with that. There was a report tabled in a closed session, I believe it was on June 1st, and a subsequent motion made on June 8th to direct administration to bring back information on a bylaw concerning elected officials serving as paid on-call firefighters or volunteers. So what you have in front of you, Your Worship, is just that. It's a report on bylaws that would essentially move to restrict the ability for an elected official to serve as a paid on-call firefighter. There's a couple different things in the report, Your Worship, that I do want to highlight, and then I can certainly answer any questions that members of Council may have. Again, just as a bit of a review, the legal framework involving paid on-call and elected officials, volunteer firefighters can be a bit murky. The MGA is pretty clear that an elected official cannot be an employee of the municipality that they serve as an elected official in. The MGA also clearly indicates that elected officials can serve as volunteer firefighters. So it's a bit of a paradox, Your Worship. At this point in time, our legal solicitors will advise that that's never been necessarily challenged. And at this point, it would appear that the MGA would prevail if challenged. But again, clearly, Your Worship, it's never been challenged within Alberta. That's important because it leads to some of the basics of the concerns and the perceived concerns that were brought forward related to conflict of interest and some behaviors and so on, Your Worship, which are included in that report that was provided earlier in a closed session. Your Worship, the bylaws itself, our solicitor and through my own sort of review, they're very few and far between, if at all, bylaws that indicate this such thing in the province of Alberta. Certainly, if we were to be made aware of one, we would check it out, but our solicitor was not aware of any either. I have attached a draft bylaw so that you'd have a look at it. You can see, Your Worship and the rest of Council, that it's pretty straightforward. There's not a great deal of wording to it. There's some items and some consideration laid out in a whereas statement, and then it simply has about one or two active clauses that essentially just move to prohibit elected officials from serving on a paid on-call service here in Stony Plain. The other thing that Council may recall from our previous conversation about this is that moving forward, there has been an effort made to create policies to guide the behavior and the process and the actions thereof of everybody involved. And by everybody, Your Worship, just to be clear, I would indicate anybody in relation to the Stony Plain Fire Department, from the chief to deputy to paid on call to any other staff that may be involved there. The policies are, I'm not going to go into great detail on that, Your Worship, but they're simply to guide behavior, indicate what's acceptable, what isn't, and then, has the process involved to say, here's what happens if something happens. Those are in place, are not in place as of today, but would very quickly be in place when necessary. Further to that, Your Worship, I know that our HR department is becoming more active out at Stony Plain Fire Department, and over time that will allow for a perhaps more specific and policy-based approach to some of these issues that were brought forward. Again, Your Worship, this is a report for information on a bylaw. Council does have options for consideration. I tried to lay those out fairly clearly in the report. They're summarized on page 446. Acceptance of the report for information without further direction would just turn this back into administrative oversight, and we would continue to implement those policies, you know, I mean, as time allows over the course of the next little while. And I would indicate that, you know, I mean, over time they would likely come to provide clear direction for everybody involved. Should council wish to seek anything further of the bylaw, there will have to be a motion made to bring that back into the chambers. At that point in time, Your Worship, you know, there would be a clear discussion about the active clauses, the timing, the effects, effective dates, and so on and so forth of a bylaw as attached to the report in front of you. So, Your Worship, I'm getting close to finishing my comments. Again, certainly can answer any questions. Just want to make a few more comments. Without question, there has been some challenges at the Stony Plain Fire Department. I think that's important to note. I think it's also important to note that you know, any organization can have its challenges for various reasons, whether they're direct, indirect, and the way we deal with that, as well as most companies, businesses, other organizations, are some form of human resource policies that are clear and understood and followed, and if not followed, there's you know, actions taken and so on and so forth, Your Worship. So we have some of those ready to go, ready to be in place, and I think I'll stop there, Your Worship. I can certainly answer any questions. Maybe I don't need to, but I'll remind council that there are some personnel issues along with this item, and we need to be mindful of the privacy of those involved. So I can try to answer some questions, and I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any questions of clarity and understanding before I ask for a motion to accept? Councilor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have, okay, so the questions of clarity is with regards to
the presentation.
What is, okay. So I have, my question of clarity is with regards to the role of the CAO versus the fire chief role with regards to human resources. It appears to me it's blurred when we have brought in elected officials versus how that role would be if it was not
Councilor Matties, I need you to speak into the mic.
If it was not referring to an elected official, but an individual that was just within the fire department.
Yeah, Your Worship. Anytime, you know, I mean, there's human resource policies that are generally could be followed regardless of position, whether that's you know, I mean, casual, full-time, paid on call, general manager, so on and so forth. You know, those are typically in place across the organization. That being said, you know, at any point in time, I mean, I do try to make sure as the CAO there is an open door policy, and should somebody wish to come and talk to me about something, they can do so. Oftentimes that will be referred back to HR, referred back to, you know, their supervisor or what have you. But, you know, in this particular instance, because of the dual role, yeah, I mean, for clarity, yes, I did get involved directly.
So if I may clarify, so with human resource matters, it would be the fire chief's responsibilities, but because there was an elected official involved, that you got involved with the human resources responsibility of the fire department.
Yeah, I mean, typical, you know, I mean, human resource process, if you want to call it that, is to, you know, talk to your direct supervisor, whether that's the manager or so on and so forth, and, have that discussion or filed a concern or complaint. Frankly, sometimes HR gets involved with that, sometimes they do not. And in this case, you can think of the fire chief as a manager, as a branch manager, a unit manager, so to speak, yeah.
Any more questions of clarity?
Well, I'm not clear. So I'm not clear of who would normally be responsible for the human resources management issues at the fire department.
Well, typically, Your Worship, it would be the fire chief, or even in certain cases, either a captain or a lieutenant or deputy chief or so on and so forth, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions of clarity and understanding? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, do you have any questions of clarity?
Yes, I do. So it says the acceptance of, it says in our backgrounder, options for course of action. I'm looking at the first paragraph that talks about acceptance of this report for information without further direction would return the matter to the purview of administration. When we talk about administration, is that the CAO or is that the fire chief? Who is the administration that would guide this direction? The way that the motion is stated, that it's a bylaw prohibiting councillors from serving unpaid on-call, makes me think that the recommendation is that they are not allowed to be both a councillor and paid on-call. So I'm very confused with this course of action and the way that the motion is stated. Could you clarify that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. So, Your Worship, through the rest of the council. So, again, the MGA does two things. It precludes an elected official from being an employee of the municipality in which they're elected. The MGA also, clearly allows for an elected official to serve as a volunteer firefighter in their community that they serve as an elected official. So, policy decision for council would be at the high level is to, do you agree or disagree that elected officials should be allowed to serve as volunteer or paid on-call firefighters? If you agree with that, then you wouldn't actually need a bylaw, you would just default to the MGA. If you disagree, you would have to put a bylaw in place that expressly prohibits that from happening. I'll stop there and just ask if that's clear.
Deputy Mayor, does that provide the clarity that you need?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. So the second part of the question, I believe was, there's a line in there that says administration. What does that mean exactly? Well, what it means exactly is, again, I as the CEO have been directly involved in this matter since March 20th or so. And I would continue to be until such time that I felt that the policies were in place, the processes were outlined, and it would be moving forward, for lack of a better way of putting it. Again, I'll just stop there and make sure that that's clear, or if there's...
Good. Councilman.
Again, Your Worship, maybe just a bit further. So when I say I be directly involved, again, that's supported by the Human Resource Department. Policies are developed in conjunction with staff, and fire chief has had an opportunity to look at them and all that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if that needs to be said, but that's the process to date and what would continue.
Go ahead, Councilor Manning.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start by saying that in my lifetime working, I have never myself seen such a complete representation of a group of employees requesting an effective resolution of an issue. And in this recommendation, it talks about two things. One of
Okay, there is no motion on the floor yet. If you want to ask questions of
Yeah.
clarity so that we can move on to the adoption.
I do. So my question is with regards to the administrative policy structures for the Stony Plain Fire Department and individual and extension of the Stony Plain Human Resource policies to the fire department. I've heard the words that it's going to take some time, several times in this presentation. How long will it take to fully implement the administrative policy structure and to transfer the human resource policy over to the fire department where it's fully implemented?
Your worship, what I would consider to be the policy structure that, is specific for, lack of a better word, dual role elected official and paid on call, are essentially more or less written, final review needed, and ready to be implemented that way. So that would be fast, I'll leave it at that. That would be quick. The second thing I think I referred to was just, an extension of our broader HR policy into the Stony Plain Fire Department. So that would take a little bit longer, but I'd be, and there I'm talking about what will be the entirety of our human resource policies and programs and outreach and. I'm not sure if I give some examples, but we do, HR does interview for everybody. They've started doing that now for the Stony Plain Fire Department. Other aspects of support that they provide. Traditionally, they've provided some, but not necessarily all, just based on the sort of different classification, volunteer versus full-time employees and so on. So that would take a little bit longer. I think somewhere in the report too, I also refer that, when you make those sorts of switches or you start rolling out more of that stuff, it's one thing to start it. It's another thing for it to become, fully implemented, accepted, part of the normal course of business, so on and so forth. That takes some time as well.
Councilor Loy, go ahead.
Yeah,
Ms. Gang, welcome back.
To follow up with
You
my
want to follow up
question.
now? Okay.
Want to follow up, yes.
I wasn't sure.
So, yes, because I didn't get the full answer that I needed. So I would like to understand, you said that the policy on the dual role paid on call is done. So can you tell me specifically what that policy is and what has been done and ready to go?
I'm not sure how specific you want to get. I don't have it sitting in front of me, so I can't read it out verbatim. Again, it speaks to the basic nature of the relationship, outlining the notion of trying to ensure there's no perceived or real conflict of interest. It provides what I would say some policy structure for everybody involved. What happens if an elected official has concerns, how do they bring them forward? What happens if a paid on call has concerns, how do they bring them forward? Who do they bring them forward to? Who's in charge of that? Who makes the decisions on that? Decisions are final, so on and so forth. So it's what I would consider, a fairly standard HR approach, and just it clarifies what the rules are. And I'll stop there, Your Worship. Again, I can't read them verbatim, but.
If I could just ask the follow-up question. Thank you, Your Worship. So is this a code of conduct for elected officials paid on call?
I'm not sure how I would classify that. This is, the way they're written, basically the way they look, they sound, speak, look more like, an employment-based human resource policy as opposed to, more broad-based code of conduct language that you see in I believe our code of conduct and some other ones. So it would be, I'm not sure if that helps, but if you were to picture, you know, I mean, a standard sort of HR writing, it's more along those lines as opposed to, you know, a code of conduct type wording. Is it similar? Well, in a way it is, because it lays out, I mean, some acceptable behaviors, some that aren't. It does have some principle approach to some of the writing of it.
Okay. And then Councillor Matties, again, if you can speak into the mic, because when you turn your head, it's not picking up on for the viewers that are listening.
Let's sit here.
Is that better?
Okay.
Councillor Loy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And my questions / comments are centered around the paid on call definition. And I know that the MGA clearly says that they can serve, any councillor can serve on a firefighter in a paid on call capacity. But I think there's a lot of blurriness in here, because if you're getting paid on call, you're getting a T4 slip from your municipality that you're working for. If you're working on, getting a paycheck, at what point do you become an employee or a staff member? Or is it just under the umbrella of paid on call? And I think that this has never been challenged. I think that Mr. Mayor, the town manager, said that this has never been challenged, but it's being semi-challenged right now, because for the first time, this has come to this particular council that I'm aware of an issue that was brought by not the councillors that were involved, but by a group of firefighters who thought this serious enough to address the issue. I think there's more to this too. It's our whole structure, how we set this up. So I guess, Your Worship, then is, at what point do anybody become a paid on call firefighter or something like that, becomes an employee or a staffer of their municipality? I don't have an answer for that.
Your Worship, you know, just to maybe provide some commentary there, it's yeah, there's a debate out there about when does that occur. Again, you know, I mean, some legal advice will say, you know, I mean, TFARs are one, you know, I mean, that becomes an employee-based relationship there, and so on and so forth. So, again, to my understanding, it's never been legally challenged in a court that there's a specific ruling that anybody can cite in this particular side of the world, you know, volunteer, paid on call, so on and so forth. Again, historically, you know, I mean, Stony Plains interpreted it that they're not employees, and as such are able to serve as elected officials, or the other way around, whichever way you want to look at it.
Okay, and I'm gonna just take that questioning a little bit further. As mentioned on the background information, paid on call positions exist in a legal limbo right now, because the MGA allows councillors to be part of a volunteer fire department. So can somebody explain the difference between a volunteer department to a paid on call department to a casual part-time department? What are the three differences there?
Your Worship, I don't know if I can answer that. You know, I mean, essentially those words are somewhat used interchangeably. It becomes a bit of an interpretation. Again, you know, I guess I'll speak fairly colloquially here, but like, I mean, 20, 25 years ago, you know, I mean, fire halls were maybe considered much more volunteer. You know, the title switch to paid on call, the expertise involved, so on and so forth over the course of time as it evolved to, you know, what would maybe considered, you know, I mean, a much more professionalized volunteer or paid on call service. You know, part-time casual positions, you know, this is the crux of some of the definition issue, Your Worship. I don't know that I could sit here and speak specifically and you know, with words that'll hold up in a court of law if challenged.
Okay. And I have a question of clarity and understanding then. Looking at the background in the report, there was a few things that council can do. We accept this for information, and if you choose not to come back with the bylaw, then it is, again, should be dealt with through the administrative process. I think Councilor Manny's mentioned it, you know, who has the administrative oversight? So is administration oversight going to work in this situation?
Your Worship, so, you know, maybe just for clarification, you know, I mean, my position as CAO has ultimate administrative oversight. You know, the case is made that everybody, you know, I mean, works through me to implement the policies of council and the procedures of council and so on and so forth. That's, I guess, part of the answer. Is that going to work? Your Worship, I can't sit here and tell you that anything is going to work 100% moving forward. I can tell you that, you know, this organization and most organizations have some form of process or policy-based approach to HR-related matters, whether they're involving elected officials or not. By virtue of most organizations operating, they tend to work more often than they don't. But on this particular matter, I think, yeah, I mean, there's a challenge here. There's a number of challenges. You know, when we see the challenges, or frankly, you know, I mean, when I see any sort of challenge, I try to think of what would work for the, you know, I mean, the majority of people, the majority of the time. There's always going to be exceptions to a rule. You know, I mean, our HR policy approach works the majority of the time for the majority of people. There are exceptions when it doesn't, and we deal with those as they come up.
Okay. Councilor Loy, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, because I'm still in a bit of a fog here. The motion is quite clear. Paid on firefighters for information. But there's been a situation that's occurred over the last, or approximately 6 months ago, that's brought us to this motion tonight. And as Councillor Maddie said, you know, who's reporting to who, and is HR involved, and at what level, and is there a code of conduct that's going to be forced upon the firefighters to take as part of town policy? And is that the same type of code of conduct that the councillors have, or is it split apart? Like, so I'm not sure here what's happening, because we have a disgruntled fire department that's brought this to our attention, and I'm not sure really what to do. I don't mind accepting this for information, but what are the other steps? What's coming down the pike later on that I think we have to be very careful about?
Your Worship, again, you know, I mean, just to make sure everything is clear for everybody. So, you know, I mean, administration was directed to bring back a report for information on a bylaw. So that's what you have in front of you. I mean, any further direction has to come from council as a whole. So, you know, I mean, this is in front of you for those particular reasons. It's written as a receipt for information. I'll stop there, Your Worship. I think I had another comment, but it eludes me right now.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship. Councillor Loy made a comment about, you know, in regards to code of conduct. You know, to be clear about that, I mean, all town employees, staff, so to speak, and I would say in this instance, I'll refer to staff, not necessarily paid on call, although they certainly have their own ethical standards that they, you know, I mean, have and are outlined and so on and so forth. So I don't want to take anything away from that. But you know, I mean, town of Stony Plain staff are required to sign, I mean, essentially code of ethic type practice documents. They are conditions of employment. They can be held to account for those. I mean, I sign one just like everybody else that, works as a town of Stony Plain employee. And I know that the fire hall has their own, some of their own efforts in that way, but part of what we would be talking about in the future would be extending the basic town of Stony Plain stuff into that area of our operation as well.
Okay, and I'm just going to stop right now because I need a motion to go past 11 o'clock. Councillor Meyer, for motion to go past 11 o'clock.
I make said mesh. I make that motion.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, are you in favor of the motion to go past 11 o'clock?
Yes, I'm in favor of that motion.
I need affirmative votes from the other two, please. Can you ask those two?
You want me to ask them about that?
Yep. Because they're allowed to vote on that motion.
Affirmative from both.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion to go past 11 o'clock, that means we continue in our meeting. Just maybe for understanding and clarity for myself. We're almost 3 years into an election term here. Was this not asked and kind of discussed prior to these individuals running for council?
I mean, I can't speak for anybody specifically, so I won't try to put words in people's mouths. But if you go back to 2017, I mean, this was allowed or par for the course or whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, should anybody have asked, they would have been told, yes, you can do both. I presume, I believe, I mean, those questions were asked, but I can't speak for specific individuals.
Okay. So I think I need some clarity and understanding. If we accept this for information as council and we do not do a bylaw that prevents elected officials to serve on as paid-on-call volunteers, and it goes back to administrative staff, and you mentioned that the recommendations coming forward would be to, I guess, integrate a HR policy, which I think will be relatively soon because you didn't say a date. But if you implement an HR policy, does that not make paid-on-calls employees of the town of Stony Plain if you're going to have an HR policy? So if they're employees because they have an HR policy, then that would, according to the MJ, they're not allowed to serve on council or as an employee of the town of Stony Plain. So
Yeah,
walk me through that because I'm trying to understand that.
No, Your Worship, it's a fair and frankly somewhat confusing issue. The notion, the implementation would be to continue to interpret paid on call as non-employees by virtue of this particular this particular aspect having elected officials involved. I mean, frankly, Your Worship, I mean, whether a paid on call is considered an employee for virtue of a number of other decisions or processes, I mean, really isn't relevant. In this particular instance, it can be considered relevant.
I'm sorry, did you say relevant or irrelevant?
Relevant I mean, in many instances, I mean, whether a POC or volunteer firefighter or T4s or so on, are they employees or not employees? It doesn't necessarily come up very often in most other scenarios. In this particular one, as it relates to an elected official serving as one, it obviously does, and in many ways can be considered like almost the crux of the process.
Okay, so, I don't get this, so. If you consider them non-employees, paid on call, non-employees, then do we need to have an HR policy for non-employees of the town of Stony Plain?
Sorry, Your Worship, can you ask that again?
I said, if we're considering paid on calls non-employees, then do we need to have an HR policy for non-employees of the town of Stony Plain?
Well, I think, Your Worship, you know, I mean, yeah, frankly, the clear answer is yes. You know, I mean, if you want to walk down the road that they're not employees, but we still have standard operating procedures, we still have requirements that they have to show up on certain times and so on and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I don't think that that logic sits, frankly, Your Worship. But again, you know, this is not a, there's some illogic to the entirety of the legality of all of it.
Okay. Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for understanding. Have the two elected officials been returned to the fire service?
Your Worship, both elected officials remain on an administrative leave of absence.
Okay. And then if I may follow up, and how long would you expect that they would remain on the leave of absence?
Your Worship, pending council direction, you know, I mean, they would remain on that administrative leave until such time as council gives that policy direction. So again, just for clarity, you know, I mean, if council accepts this report for information, doesn't provide anything further, that would be the policy direction needed to, I mean, get to a point of reinstatement and the implementation of policies to guide that and moving forward. Should council choose to seek further information or seek further debate about a bylaw, they would remain on administrative leave until such time as that bylaw question is settled.
If I just follow up. So with regards to the leave of absence, I think we were only given two options here. One is to accept for information, and then you're saying that they would go back to work, or B, we request a consideration of a bylaw upon which they would not go back to work. But is there a third option that basically says that they would remain on a leave of absence until such time as full implementation of policies and human resource framework is established, so that this situation will have time to resolve to the satisfaction of the workforce from the fire department?
Your Worship, I take that to be very similar to what I believe is being proposed, in that those policies would be in place prior to that administrative leave being removed, or I mean, before attendance returning at the fire hall. I'm not sure if there's a difference, and maybe there is, but I believe that's the same as I would propose should council see fit not to seek further debate on a bylaw.
I just have to follow one more time. So then another step from that is for the remainder of this term that these elected officials would be on a leave of absence, upon which policy would come into effect, the human resource management protocol, etc., come next election. If you end up being an elected official, you're back on again, but by that time, things are well established at the fire hall. So there's a number of different considerations here, and we would just like your comments on that.
Yeah, Your Worship, you know, I believe, I mean, that's one way to look at it, and there's some consideration there. I think there needs to be some consideration that this has been 6 months almost already, And I think there's some level of fairness there, I mean, for all involved to you know, I mean, come to resolution. I also think, to your worship, you know, I mean, the fundamental question, I mean, for council is, you know, again, it speaks to it in those whereas statements a little bit on the bylaw itself. You know, I mean, council purview to weigh in on real and or perceived conflict of interest, real and perceived, you know, challenges with the dual role. Again, should council see fit to do that, then that's clear. Should council see fit not to do that, then that's clear as well, and it would just be implemented, again, reasonably soon. I'm not sure there's necessarily a halfway.
Councillor Lowy.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'm still confused in the fog, pardon me, employee versus staff. We also talked about a code of ethics at the fire department, but we also have a code of conduct for our people, the other people that work for the town of Stony Plain, which are employees, and that includes myself. They kind of sound the same, but they're not the same. And I'm confused as to how going forward, as I say, if we accept this for information, and that's all it is for information, we have a very disgruntled fire department that has taken extreme steps, and hence our night tonight is why we're here. We have to have policies in place, and I agree with Councillor Maddies that, you know, if we accept it for information and leave it at that, if they're instantly reinstated, what are our problems, you know, the next day or 2 weeks down the road? I don't know. And I'm only hypothesizing that there would be problems, but I believe there will be. So I'm unclear here what to do for accepting it for information, but we have to have the safety valves put in place immediately, and they've got to be to the satisfaction of everybody, to this council, to the fire department, to the two councillors that are here, and then people are going to have to make that tough choice. Well, I can or I cannot abide by that. Either I'm going to give up my councillorship and be a firefighter, or other firefighters will say, no, I can't abide by this, so I'm out of the fire department. But until we know what those guidelines are, the code of ethics and conduct combined, I don't think we can make a decision that way. And nobody can make a decision. Do I make myself clear in that sense, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so
I don't know how to move it forward.
Well, coming after this, after we've accepted the motion for information, then if there is direction that we want to provide our staff, such as policies, timing of leave of absence, etc., that can be done through a motion. But again, I have to, we're asking questions on understanding and clarity, and we're talking to more of a personnel issue. Council, we're in governance. Like, is this a truly a governance issue that Council needs to deal with, or is it a personnel issue? What I'm hearing from some of the comments is that we need to have HR policy. We need to do this. There's some, you know, conflicts of interest. That all seems to me like personnel issues, not governance. So is it here only because two of the members of are paid on call are members of the fire department?
Pardon me, Your Worship?
So is the only reason that we're dealing with this as a council, because for me, this is more like a personnel issue versus a governance issue. Is this here for council to deal with because there's two members of the fire department that are on council?
Yeah, that's part of the complexity of it, no question. You know, I mean, generally speaking, in many ways, these are personnel issues with policies that can and should guide it. you know, I mean, for the most part, as they do throughout the organization. Again, I mean, this item is here. When faced with the concerns brought forward, I mean, I commissioned a review. That review was completed. Part of the aspects of that review were, you know, the potential for council to explore a bylaw such as is included in the attachment as frankly the governance directive. The report, you know, at that point in time, council asked for this to be brought back, so that's why it's here. You know, if I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, and I have to go back to the question asked again. What classifies as an employee for the town of Stony Plain? Is there a limit of number of hours that a paid on-call volunteer firefighter can volunteer? So if somebody volunteers 100 hours in the month, are they still considered volunteer?
Your Worship.
Because we have definitions for casual labor, part-time staff,
yeah,
casual staff, and full-time staff.
Yeah, we have definitions. We have written definitions as part of our HR manual, no question. You know, I mean, you could take a look at it that it's that simple, you know, that we just write POC as part-time employment. And then that puts it in contravention of the MGA right off the bat. I don't know if that would stand up in court. It's never been challenged. It could be. Would it stand up? I don't know that answer. That's what our solicitor has said, is that there's, you know, a growing body of evidence that POCs are becoming more employee than volunteer. You know, they will give advice that that interpretation is becoming more common. But they will stop short of calling it it's a legal definition. It isn't, it's murkier than that.
Okay. So maybe I ask the general manager of CAPS, regarding the last fire master plan, when is the transition from a kind of a hybrid of full-time and paid on calls to a full-time department?
Your Worship, if you give me a few moments, I can pull that document. I don't believe the document provided us a year related to when we should be considering our fire department going from its current form to a full-time fire department. Generally speaking, I think they provided us with some things that we should consider when making that decision. Of course, this council always has the option when it comes to costs and expenses related to a service, setting those levels and those definitions. So there's a lot of factors related to a full-time fire department. City of Spruce Grove went through the same type of evolution. If you recall, in terms of they had a volunteer fire department, then they had a blended or composite fire department, which involved full-time firefighters and paid on-call response after hours. And now they're a full-time fire department. So there are examples in the province of where the situation that the town of Stony Plain is currently in evolves into a pure employee relationship in terms of offering fire services. The town manager is correct. This is very murky in terms of volunteer firefighters, fire departments were strictly volunteer. And there's no schedule, there's no expectation that you responded to the fire hall. That service is changing and evolving in terms of there's hours that are required for duty officer rotation. Sometimes during the summer season, there are fire departments across Alberta that require staff to be on call during a time when they typically don't have enough firefighters to respond. So the fire service has evolved over many years, and I think that assists in the murkiness of what we're discussing this evening related to the situation that's on the table. So it's a very difficult challenge that we have, and you're right, and as the town manager has alluded to, paid on call and volunteers starting to the two terms are starting to blend together, and more of our typical employee practices are starting to creep into the paid on-call. At what point do you say that they're employees? I think that's what we're suggesting tonight is difficult because we don't have a proven example, and our lawyer can't provide a proven example where if we chose to go down that route, we might be the people that are doing it first, and people might look to us for some guidance, and we might have to go through the growing pains related to that potentially. And I think that's a bit of the complexity as to what we're talking about this evening related to this particular topic.
Councillor Loy?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I agree with your statement there a few minutes ago. Is this a governance thing or is it an administrative thing? And I've been thinking about that for the last several minutes. I believe now it is a governance thing in the fact that because of the policies in place or lack of policies in place, because of what the MGA says, the definition of paid on call versus an employee thing, whether we like it or not, this is now on council's lap. And therefore, council's going to have to make a decision. I'm going to show my weakness here. I don't know the exact process to do that, but does the bylaw have to come back? I think that administration is seeing that we're not clear. And do we have to have a definition section in there to define these things? And again, that'll involve our lawyer. And then if there's a bylaw that we decide as a council to put forth, it may be challenged in the courts. We may be the first ones to go that route. And I'm not encouraging frivolous spending of money, but if we cannot decide and come to a logical conclusion on this, then somebody's going to have to decide it, not only just for us, but for the entire province. There's too much muddy waters here, in my opinion. And I don't know whether it's now the particular time, but I would also encourage that until this is resolved, the two councillors stay on administrative leave. Because if not, what other problems are we courting with the fire department? So I'll look for guidance from yourself, Mayor, and the CAO as to how to do that. And I'd have no problem accepting this for information, like as I said, but maybe we need a bylaw that has to be brought back for some very serious debate. And we've outlined some of the issues.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, excuse me, on your fire master plan question, essentially the plan stated as long as the paid on call or the composite program can continue to support the response times and response required in the town of Stony Plain, the evolution to a full-time fire department would be dictated by that. When your paid on call or a composite department can't continue to provide the response levels that are necessary, then the full-time fire department would be something that we would consider at that point.
That would be years old.
It could be tomorrow. It could be next year.
If we want to go to the taxpayers with a 20% tax increase because we're going to get a full-time fire department because of an incident that happened 6 months ago, I think we have to look at what's happening here.
Going back to the MGA is, as mentioned, does allow elected officials to sit on volunteer firefighters paid on call fire departments. The MGA also prohibits elected officials to be employees of the municipal that they are part of being the elected official. So those two in MGA contradict each other. However, also on the MGA, it says that council members, elected officials, cannot have direct oversight over town employees. In this situation that we're talking about, are there any situations of occurrence over the last while where an elected official had direct oversight of a town employee?
Your worship, within our organization or within the Stony Plain Fire Department?
Within what we're talking about right now?
The general manager may be able to get more onto the operations side than I can, but Councillor Plechko was serving as a captain in the fire department, which would give him a degree of oversight in some way, shape, or form, I believe.
Your worship, members of council, the CAO is correct in the capacity of which a captain holds position at the fire department. There's a duty officer requirement, and the duty officer basically has oversight of a particular call, and there is an opportunity that our full-time employees may be attending that call, and they would be under the guidance of the duty officer at the time. So that would be a situation that might exist or could exist at the fire department.
Okay, so if that situation does exist or could exist, then there is a potential for a perceived conflict of interest. If an elected official has direct oversight over a town employee.
Yeah, for clarity, Your Worship, elected officials have the oversight of the CAO and no one else, essentially.
So I'm here just thinking it out here. So we're contravening MGA, but the MGA allows elected officials to. Yes, you're right, Councillor Meyer, but we don't set and write the MGA.
Well, I think if I can, I think this is part of the murky waters, and our general manager spoke to a changing fire department, generally. Yeah, I think this is maybe like we're the only ones in a position to force the question. It's otherwise going to remain murky.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Bennett, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I'm rereading the report, the fire department review, and it's stated in there that it's the MGA 173.I. It says, no legal conflict, but municipality is not required to allow the motion or the section that says that they can serve as volunteer fire department, but it says in this section that the municipality doesn't have to allow that. So that's part of our argument. Yes, the MGA says that they can, but it also says that we are not required to allow it. So was that considered in any of our debate or our information? And then the second question I have is, if this goes back to administration, what's going to change? Has the HR policy already changed, or will it change to accommodate paid on call being employees or not being employees? Like, what exactly is going to change if we go back and give it back to administration? Because in my opinion, and maybe we're getting into debate here, but in my opinion, it has to change. Something has to change.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett. I think the first comments you made there speak to specifically why there was a bylaw coming, or information about a bylaw coming back, because, and as it says in the whereas statements, council can take a position on this matter. And it can, go towards the prohibition, which I think, Councillor Bennett, is the comments you made at the beginning there. Back to, the workings of implementing different HR policy or whatever you want to call it, the policies that would guide this relationship, if you want to call it that, or if, the going forward, will something change? Does something need to change? I agree something needs to change. There's definitely some challenges and concerns. Some real, some perceived. But the policies that would go into place would, again, generally, typically be similar to any other HR policy that guides behavior, lays out what happens if somebody isn't following the rules, so to speak, and how does that get addressed, and who does what, and so on and so forth. And this, again, maybe it's getting late and I'm getting a little more tired and blunt, but HR policy is basically there to manage behavior. That's what it is. It manages behavior. Show up at this time, don't do this, so on and so forth. And it's proven that it can manage behavior. Sometimes that managing of behavior ends with people leaving for their reasons or the employer's reasons. That's part of the managing of the behavior. Do I think it can do that? Do I think it needs to do that? Yes. But there's exceptions to the rule, and sometimes those have to be dealt with as well.
Okay, I think we've asked enough questions of clarity and understanding. I think we are. So I'm going to just ask for a motion to accept for information. Deputy Mayor, if I have, you make the motion to accept for information.
Deputy Mayor, can you make the motion to accept for information?
I'm sorry, say again?
Are you able to make the motion to accept?
Yeah.
She can't read it.
Are you able to go ahead?
I move that Town Council receive the report on bylaws prohibiting councillors from serving as paid on-call firefighters for information.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So this is a motion just to accept the information that was presented. We asked questions of clarity and understanding. And as mentioned in the report, if council feels that another direction needs to be taken in terms of direction to administrative staff, then a motion will be appropriate at that time after we've accepted this information. Okay. Any questions or comments for information?
Your Worship, can you just repeat the procedure there again?
Okay, so the motion on right now is to accept for information. So
and then, sorry.
Then if council feels that a motion needs to come forward to direct staff to do something, or direct staff to do a bylaw, or to debate the bylaw that, bring that bylaw that's forward that was copied as an attachment here, that would be a separate motion.
After we accept it for information?
Yes. I think we had this comment before. This is for information. I think we've read it. You cannot uninform yourself of the information that you've gotten, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just need clarification. I thought that if we vote in favor for information, then that brings it back to administration to take care of this through policy. Versus if we don't accept it, then we choose that we ask for a bylaw to come forward for review and consideration. That's my understanding of what this is. So can you explain to me why you're thinking otherwise?
Because the motion on June 8th was to direct town council to direct administration to bring back information on a bylaw concerning elected officials serving on as paid on call volunteers. So this motion completes that motion. And then, because that was the motion to bring back information, we received the information, we've asked questions of clarity of the information. Now, if we as a council feel that we need to actually implement a bylaw or direct administration to draft another bylaw, then that comes after this.
Administration confirms that this is correct.
That is correct.
Okay, good.
I don't need
Just
administration.
double-checking.
I don't need administration to confirm that because this is just for information, and it's written in the background information of that's how it's going to go.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the motion to accept for information? Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, do you have any questions?
Do I have any questions on that motion?
Correct.
No questions at this time.
Okay. That I'll call the question. All in favor to accept for information? Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, your vote.
I vote in favor.
Okay. Okay, that is done. So before I invite the other councillors back, so we had a good conversation about understanding what our bylaw would look like, and some questions of clarity and understanding what's going on. Where does council feel comfortable moving forward?
What was that question?
Where does council feel comfortable moving forward? Where do we feel comfortable? Do we want to go bylaw? Do we want to leave it to administration? Do we want to direct administration?
Well, I think the reason this is before us is a failure of administration being able to address this in an effective manner. Despite their best efforts, it basically falls to us. We're the ones that are in a position with the authority and with the information. It's a tough decision to make, and it would be easier to be forgiving, but it's on us to present a solution for our community.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Councillor Loy.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I'm trying to be as brief as possible. Sorry, Councilor Myers, I don't think that it was a failure on administration's behalf. I think administration is in the same boat that we are in here now, that everything's murky. There's too many different sides. There's not enough clarity in just say, employee versus staff, the code of conduct. The structure is missing. And I think with the debate that we've had almost for the last 45 minutes, that administration is quite clear that we are not satisfied with the status quo that we have now. I would like to think that the proper thing is that we can ask them to, yes, bring back a bylaw because they know what we want, and or, if that, Mr. Mayor, you can correct me on this, a policy that outlines all these things, and that may be sitting down with our legal and defining it, knowing the consequences. There could be a challenge in the courts that we would be willing to have to do. But in the interim, the status quo stays the same as it is now, that the two councillors are on paid leave of absence, administrative leave, and that's where it stays. And I don't know, Mr. Mayor, how long it would take for administration. It has to be done quickly, but not too quickly. You don't want it hasty. It's got to be done. I've actually thrown out two options here, and I wouldn't mind what you have to say, Mr. Mayor, and our CAO.
I do have a motion that I want to bring forward, but I'll hear what other members of council have to say first. Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, you have a comment you want to make?
Deputy Mayor, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. So as I indicated earlier. The code, the MGA states that the municipality does not have to allow counselors to serve as paid on call. So I would like administration to investigate what the ramifications of that is. I think that we're all aware that there are some legal inconsistencies in all of this, and we're afraid that that legal action will occur if we have a bylaw that does not allow counselors to serve as paid on call. I think that that section of the MGA gives us leave to be able to make our own decision without ramifications concerning the first part of the MGA. I know I'm rambling now. My other question is, and I'll say it again, I said it before, what is going to change? So administration needs to look at what can change here and bring it back to council as information that indicates how we're going to solve this problem. This is truly a mess that I have not had to deal with in 13 years. And it's murky for everyone, and we need some clarification. We need a line that says this is what we're going to do. Then we can debate it, then we can accept it or defeat that motion. The way it's stated tonight, nobody is sure what they need to do. So we need to direct administration to come back to us with some answers to our questions and to make a policy that indicates exactly what is going to happen, not only now, but into the future of our fire department when it comes to counselors serving as paid on-call firefighters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for comments, Councillor Bennett. I think what you said is right, because we do not have the proper direction for administration for us to debate. So, as I mentioned earlier, I do have a bylaw that I have been considering. I'd like to throw it out there, and you guys can think about it. And if that's the direction we want to go, we can ask administration to bring back a bylaw with those recommendations. So my take on the whole thing, reading the reports, going through this, looking through the MGA, and looking at the issues that we are facing here. The MGA is murky in the fact that it does allow elected officials to serve on fire departments, volunteer, paid on call. It doesn't matter what you call it, because we can't even figure it ourselves if paid on calls are casual staff, part-time staff, or even just staff of the municipality. If you look at the legal work of what employment is, if somebody is issued a T4, they're considered an employee of that organization. So we have some issues that we need to define ourselves to move forward so that we can probably set us in the best direction forward as a community. As heard from the General Manager of Community and Protective Services, it might be years before we become a full-time fire department. We're in that age, I guess we're in the age of the awkward 12-year-old, 13-year-old teenager, where we're kind of too big to be in the little kids' table, but yet we're too little to be with the big kids to have a full-time department. Okay. So I don't have a problem with elected officials serving on paid on call because that's how it's written in the MGA. I do have a huge issue with is the MGA does outline that an elected official cannot be an employee of that municipality. So if we've decided if are paid on calls or casual employees, then that ends the question right there. Okay? The other thought I have is that the MJA also states that elected officials cannot have direct oversight of an employee of that municipality. In this circumstance, there is that potential. So I would suggest a bylaw that comes back that says, yes, they can be part of the paid on call department because that's allowed, but they cannot hold any positions of authority over any other member of the department, which then takes that conflict out. Right? So if your employees or not, that doesn't matter. The biggest issue is that an elected official has direct oversight over a town employee, which is 100% not allowed. There's no loophole around that one. So I would like to see a bylaw coming back says that elected officials are allowed to serve on paid on call. However, they cannot hold any positions of officer positions. And they must then, if somebody does get elected, they have to be a junior firefighter so that they do not have that opportunity to overstep those authorities and the roles. So if a firefighter, which we know we have lots of good firefighters in our community, decides to run for council next term, that they will have to adhere to that, right? But then we build it in the bylaw that it does not punish that firefighter either. Once they be elected, they have to serve as a junior firefighter, but once they're off council, if their training is still up to date, etc., they will retain that rank that they've earned. All the paid on calls, the full-time firefighters, the volunteers have earned their rank, their positions at the fire hall. And if somebody doesn't like those conditions, well, then they have the choice to make of whether to serve on council or to serve on the fire department. I think that provides clarity for us so that we kind of follow the MGA. That's my thoughts on a bylaw coming forward. Do we need to see that on paper so we can debate it? Yes, that's just information. So a motion will have to be to bring back that bylaw. Word it like that so that we can debate each point.
Your comment. I know that Judy spoke of other issues regarding, what will change and in terms of the policy protocol, etc. And it would be very good to have some additional information regarding what will change based on the administrative plan.
Right. So if we have a draft bylaw based on what I just kind of suggested, then those things can show how it changes.
I appreciate your thoughts on the thing. I'm not sure that those measures would not would actually resolve all the issues that have occurred, and we couldn't potentially be dealing with similar issues again. I don't particularly feel like rehashing the case against the councillors. I think their time as volunteers has earned them a certain level of respect in that matter. So, but in terms of what you've proposed, I don't think it would solve our problem.
Right. It may not solve the problems, but it keeps us in line with all the aspects of the MGA.
Respectfully, I'm interested in solving the problem. The MGA is relevant, of course, but as I stated earlier, I think they've erroneously left open this, and now we're running up against that problem. It needs to be fixed.
Your Worship, if I may, if you can grant me a little bit of latitude here, there's, technically no motion on the table to debate. A motion, to, have a bylaw brought back, that would come with the bylaw, with the review, with commentary, with implementation and effective dates and commentary on all of that stuff. And frankly, Your Worship, I think would give council the opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion on the bylaw at that point in time.
Okay. Well, then I'm willing to make that motion then, based on the comments that I made earlier. Unless the council wants to make that, so I don't have to pass the chair over to Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor. So if what I've just kind of commented on, a suggested bylaw that can come forward, if a councillor wants to make that motion to bring that back, then we can do that. If not, I will transfer the chair to Councillor Bennett, our Deputy Mayor, so that I can make that motion.
I can make that motion.
Let's see it up on the screen, please.
Yeah.
Harry's still there, I gather.
I'm sure somebody's taking notes.
You can make a friendly amendment if you need to. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, I think as long as we get it coming back, that's all.
Yes, I think that's right, because we need to have something so that we can debate and look at, because we've asked a lot of questions.
Your Worship, and again, I'm just trying to make sure we're clear and we're moving along here a little bit, frankly, but if there's a bylaw that was attached, if that was acceptable, then that would just be a motion to bring back a bylaw. It would be something like that. If, Your Worship, I know you spoke about captain and not captain and so on and so forth. If that's the will of council, then obviously that's how the bylaw would be drafted and brought back. But again, Your Worship, I would just caution that you don't begin debating a bylaw that currently doesn't exist and is not in front of council.
That's right. That's why we're putting in the motion to direct you to draft it back so we can debate it. So I think instead of being a negative bylaw, it's a positive bylaw. So whose screen is it going on?
Okay, Your Worship, so here's where, just to be clear, that motion there, and I know that no one's made it, but that, that would follow the report. If you want to propose something different, then now's the time.
Councillor Maddie said that she's willing to, so there'd be that town council direct administration to bring a bylaw back to council. Right. So that'd be allowing councillors to serve as paid-on firefighters with the following conditions.
Or under proposed terms or something like that.
Yes.
We can't lay out those conditions now. We have to have admin bring that back to us.
Yes, so we can work that out, but some of the conditions I said that talked about is that elected officials cannot have direct oversight of a town employee. Right. And that the elected official cannot be an employee of the town of Stony Plain. So whenever we become a casual fire department or full-time fire department, then that just puts us out.
To council, so you need to remove the word back. Yeah. Allowing councillors to serve, so you've removed from, so to serve, as paid on-call firefighters with the following conditions.
Yeah, no direct oversight of town employees, no position, no rank of positions or whatever that, whatever the term is.
Yeah, no rank over, okay.
But I have a point here, Your Worship. If we leave, or just put those two conditions in, is those the only conditions, or are other recommendations as administration sees fit?
Why don't we just make it so that with the following and or, how do we do that all the time? Which includes the following, yes, and then that way, if administration finds more that they can add, then they can add it. So that
Your Worship, you know, again, I mean, I get the gist. I mean, those two things will be in there for sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, you'll get another kick at it, so to speak, in a couple meetings from now. So, I mean, I'll make sure that that's included. You know, I mean, further background and so on and so forth, and council will have the opportunity to debate at that time.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Matthews, does that look kind of correct to you?
It sounds like it's reasonable, yes.
So that we can actually debate something.
Right.
Councilor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, can you read that?
Deputy Mayor, can you see the motion on the screen?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
She said.
Not yet.
Can't yet.
She can't read it yet.
I thought she said I don't like it.
Well, let's start all over then.
Let's re-wordsmith it.
Mayor, can you see it now?
No.
Refresh your screen.
I can now.
Okay, so Councilor Matthews has made the motion, so thank you. So this will now open the floor for debate on the proposed bylaw that's going to come back. Members of council? Okay. Deputy Mayor, if you have nothing, I'm going to close and then call the vote.
Do you have any comments or questions, Deputy Mayor, to the motion? Deputy Mayor Bennett, do you have any comments or questions to the motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this motion that is before me, this time delay is killing me. This motion, the town council direct administration to bring back a bylaw to council allowing councillors to serve as paid on-call firefighters, including the following conditions. And so we have two conditions and no others. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure. Can you repeat that question?
Can you repeat your question, Councillor Bennett?
Yes. No, I can't.
Okay, if you can, okay, this is the time delay, so let's slow it down. Okay, so I think those conditions are not limited to only those three. As administration said, that they will use those three as kind of the building blocks around the bylaw. And from there, if administration finds more to add, they will add it so that we can debate them.
Does that give you clarity, Deputy Mayor?
I'm just hearing that clarity right now. Yes, I understand the motion, but I think there's a simpler way of doing this, and it's just enforcing the section in the MGA that says that the municipality is not required to allow it. It's as simple as that. We just say, no, we're not going to allow it, and that is our legal precedent for being able to have counselors not serve as paid on call.
And that is fine. That's so you can vote against the motion, and if it's defeated, you can make another one. Yes, but we needed a motion to be brought forward so we can debate some sort of bylaw.
William, just a comment. If we go with what Judy's saying, that is the basic, we are not allowing it. But then at least it allows us to, well, at least it tells us that the MGA gave us the two options, you know, that, I mean, we could have it or we can't have it. And then from there, to decide, because I'm hearing both sides of this. I'm hearing.
Yes. That's why this is such a hard thing, because there is both sides, and the MJ allows for both of them. So would we want, Councilor Matthews, would you mind just adding an extra one that says, so that would bring back two bylaws for us to debate then?
That would be great.
So we'll do this one, and then we bring a bylaw that just prohibits it.
That sounds good.
Then we can debate both of them at the same time. Then we can just choose as a motion to which one we want.
Is it simply, again, CAO there, you're the expert, allowing counselors or not to allow counselors in that same motion?
Yeah. I mean, there's a fundamental question here. No matter how many different ways you want to ask it, it's fundamental. Do you want to allow this or not? And then there's variations of it, but that's the fundamental basic question. I mean, the motion up there gets to that. The bylaw that's included in the attachment, is clearly gets to that. But ultimately, that's the debate point. That's the crux of the issue that council needs to weigh in on. And yes, the MJ does allow you to go either way, but that's the decision that has to be made. So, does that speak to bringing back a bylaw following those lines? Yes. I'm not sure how we would present two simultaneous bylaws, so to speak. You can't debate two bylaws at the same time. One is clear, doesn't allow it. One allows it with options. That's the thing. And I apologize, Your Worship, it's midnight and I'm getting a little confused and cranky myself, but it's pretty straightforward what council has to debate.
Yes.
Or was being asked to debate.
Okay, so I think this is where I'm leaning towards. So I think we just call the vote on this. If it passes, then this is the bylaw comes back for debate. If it does not pass, then we entertain the other bylaw.
Can I comment on this then?
Yeah.
I would say this motion delves more into the human resource angle we're trying to decide how to handle, I would say the more clear, straight up allow or not allow keeps us in the governance level where we should be.
Okay, so then are you suggesting that we just remove all the conditions and just say councillors are allowed and just make that motion first?
I would make that motion just to go back to the one that administration originally has in the report. Can I make that motion?
No, because this is the motions I accept.
Okay,
So
all right, well then
so
my
I'm
comment
asking,
was just to speak against it then.
yeah, so if you wanted to remove the things, because you wanted a very clear yes or no, and this one's yes with conditions, because the conditions are to make sure that we adhere to the MGA other rules. Because if we don't address those, then we're in contravention of the MGA on those rules.
But listening to Councillor Bennett and what she dug up there has convinced me that actually the MGA has empowered us to make that decision.
Right, so this is the motion now, so let's debate this motion if you guys want to do it, and if not, then we move to the next one. Okay, well, before I call the question, I'll speak to it. I will support the motion. I think it's trying to make a balance of what we have. We can't, I don't know where we'd be. Either way, as the town manager says, it's unclear on either side. So the municipality has the option to say yes, or the municipality has the option to say no. But the MGA also has the option to say yes, and the MGA also has an option to say no. Right. I think there's some things that the MGA is very, very clear on. And those are the two things that are very clear is the MGA says that elected officials cannot be employees of the municipality. 100% clear. There's no maybe or maybe not. The other thing that the MGA is very clear on is that no elected officials can oversee a town employee. There's no maybe in that one. The only thing that's a maybe is they can be a paid on-call volunteer fire department. So I like to have this debate and set the direction forward. I don't know when the next rendition of our fire report will come back and if we'll be a full-time fire department or not. But I'm trying to set the field so that we don't have to address this again.
Interpretation of what this should be, this amendment should be.
Judy's, Councillor Bennett's deputy mayor was just the no.
Well, I'd like to hear what she has to say exactly, what specific wording she's speaking of.
Councillor Bennett, do you have specific wording related to the motion that you wanted to speak to?
Yes, I do. My motion would read, that Stony Plain adopt a bylaw prohibiting councillors from serving as paid on-call firefighters. And if I could speak to that motion then, Mr. Mayor?
No, you can't, because Councillor Maddox was asking what you would suggest, and I said that you would suggest that it was the 100% opposite of just not to allow them. So I think for clarity, there is a motion. We're going to call the vote on this one. If it passes, then we debate it. If not, then I will entertain the next motion. Does that make sense?
Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Go ahead, what?
Nope. Okay. You don't have anything else to say? Nothing to add?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So I know this is very murky, and we don't know. It is getting late in the night, so I'm going to call the question. So this is to direct town council, is directing administration to bring back a bylaw saying that councillors can serve unpaid, on-call firefighters with the following conditions. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor, your vote?
I vote against.
Okay, so that is defeated. So, Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, you want to make the motion?
Deputy Mayor, would you like to make your motion now?
Yes. I move that Stony Plain Council directs administration to make a bylaw prohibiting councillors from serving as paid on-call firefighters.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, can you see that?
Can you see your motion on the screen, Councillor Bennett?
I can.
Okay, do you want to speak to it first?
Would you like to speak to it?
I would. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that throughout this whole debate and information that we've had tonight, the bottom line is that this is so murky. We need a definite statement here. And in order to come up with some kind of solution, to make it very, very clear where we stand, we need a motion that makes a strong statement. Once this bylaw comes back to council in the way that it's worded, we can debate that and go forward from there. But I think tonight we need, as I said, a strong statement that is very clear as to the direction that we're moving. It just seems to me that this matter has gone on for a long time, well, for several months, and it just gets more and more spiraling out of control. We need to take control of this in a governance way, and that is why I'm making the motion that I'm making in such a strong way.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, it's opened up. I'll open up for questions, debate, and comment. Any comments? Okay. I will not support the motion. As I mentioned before, the MJ does allow elected officials to sit and to be paid on call. However, it does not allow it to do other things. So I think this was in contravention of the MGA. And in terms of governance, the provincial government supersedes us, and then the federal government supersedes the provincial government. So I think if we do a bylaw that does this and it is challenged, we are just spending legal fees and time defending something that we cannot win. That is why I will not support that. Okay. Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I'm sorry, what?
Did you have another comment or question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did. So, what you just said, Mr. Mayor, about the MGA is true. But there is another section to that MGA that can support the motion that I'm making tonight, so that there isn't going to be a legal action on this, or if it is, we do have the legal standing because it is also in the MGA. The MGA allows two things. One is for a counselor to serve as a volunteer firefighter. The other is for the municipality to deny it or not allow it. And from the results of the last few months and the morale of our fire department, we need to make that statement. We need to say that we're not going to permit counselors to serve as unpaid firefighters in order to get over this hump that we're on right now with, are they employees, aren't they employees, code of conduct for employees, code of conduct for counselors. It's all too confusing right now. I think the MGA is quite clear. It says that the municipality can deny the counselors from serving on being paid on call. And that is the part of the MGA that we are addressing tonight with this bylaw. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, can you reference that section again?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I read it in the review that we had conducted, and it is MGA Section 170, 3 in parenthesis I. It says no legal conflict, but municipalities is not required to allow it. I think it's on page 6 of our review that was sent out as a reference today.
Can administration find me that that section? What was it again, Deputy Mayor?
170 bracket 3I.
3.
It was MGA 170 3I.
The MGA doesn't have a good search function to search it.
Your worship, though, again, I can verify, our lawyer wrote the bylaw, the draft bylaw, he's clearly indicating that it's generally within council's authority. Can it be challenged? Anything can be challenged. Doesn't matter what council does or does not do. There's always a chance of a court challenge. How far along that goes, but your worship, these are part of the rationale that would come back with the bylaw itself. So,
okay.
And it brings it to the table where we get to debate it.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor, your vote on the motion.
I vote in favor.
Opposed? Okay, that is carried. So moving on, that will come back, I would guess, second meeting in October?
Yeah, your worship, that would be certainly enough time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you ask the other two back in, please? Okay, council, we're back to our council agenda, and we move on to information items and council discussion. And there's no closed meeting today, so I'm just going to ask us that we will skip the information and council discussion and move straight to adjournment. Councilor Laurie?
Your worship, I have some council discussion that I'd like to ask.
Okay, go ahead, I'll let you have that.
So first comment is in regards to the technology for non-present members. We have technology that we've used in plenty of meetings past, and I'm not sure why we're not using it tonight. It's obviously posed some challenges, so I'd appreciate going forward, given that we do understand that COVID will potentially put us in this situation regularly, that will be necessary. So I'd like to hope that in future meetings we can have those options. But I did want to ask for an update on 49th Avenue and 44th Avenue and the paving project that was supposed to occur for those, and if that will be done this year or not.
Okay.
Your worship, through you to Councillor Laurie, so 44th Avenue is proceeding, likely to be completed in October, and 49th Avenue will not be completed this year. It will carry over to next year.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. 49. Okay, with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. We're done. Okay. Thank you.